Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hopefully you guys can hear me. It feels like it's been a million years, although it hasn't been that long. But after several days or longer where we've done like 1, 2, 3 live streams a day, it does feel that way. But we are back this is going to be a marathon. I have a bucket of coffee. Hope you guys do as well. Shout out to Black Litter. Shout out to DSN. Hello, my friends. For anyone who hasn't seen it, shout out to Kidsbits. Happy to see you. For anyone who hasn't seen it, I did post a video earlier today with the latest out of Idaho for BK. It's a quickie on a scheduling hearing, or an order scheduling a hearing rather. And there is another filing for Chad Daybell. I will have that video done very soon. It's going to be a little bit more in depth than the BK video, but I will have that done very soon as well. Hot water. Beautiful picture, Black Widow as well. Is that a different picture than you've had before? You look very lovely. Is that hot water like just by itself, or like for drinking, or like hot water like for a shower? Or it's so hot here right now. I can't imagine that. It's 85 degrees right now. Which I love the heat, so I'm not complaining. But hot water is the last thing I want right now. Crushing Gansets. I don't know what that means. Is that a sports ball reference? Gansets? Is that a sports ball reference? Iced oolong. That sounds lovely. Any like cream or non-dairy creamer or anything in there, or just straight up oolong? It's been a long time since I've had oolong. Ha 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 ha. That was terrible. That was terrible. Oh, local beer. Okay. So I take it you're getting what do the kids say? Crunk? No, the kids said that in like the 90s. What do they say now? I don't even know. Straight up oolong. Love it. Cool. Yeah, I've got my homemade cold brew as per usual. And I'm drinking it in a, I guess they would call it a tumbler that my brother actually got me for Christmas. Shout out to Mant. Which, by the way, it's my niece's birthday today. Shout out to my niece. Got a little night driving as well. Right. Yes. It wouldn't take much. For me, you know, y'all, I'm a weirdo. I love the heat, like I've said. And I keep, so my house, okay. So in the winter, I 75 degrees is as low as I can keep it with the heat. Like it has to be 75 or higher. And then like in the summer, like I keep it set at 82. So if it gets below 82 for me, then like indoors, like then it's like that's like chilly, and either, you know, like for me that means it must be like winter or something. Like I need to put lots of clothes on. But like I'm very happy with 82 degrees. Now I can't have the humidity, but that's fine. Like because I have lots of dehumidifiers going because of violin. So see, 82 degrees and humid, it would be a different situation, but 82 degrees and not as humid is great. So like right now, it's like 36 degrees humidity. So very good. Well, my dehumidifier is 36 degrees. My other thingy says like 39 degrees. So you can pick which one. So yes, so there's been a lot happening. Gansets are a local beer, Black Widow, he said. Now, that could be entirely a joke, because DSN. So I'll leave it up to one of y'all to Google that, if that's the thing. If that's actually a beer, or if it's a berry, or if it's a made-up word by DSN, because all of that's possible. Yeah, no, not silly you, because again, we never know. I've never heard of Gansett. See, so is this legitimate, or is this just more stuff to try to make us think it's real? I'm just kidding. The Narragansett, see, Gansett, so that seems legit, but like I've never heard of that river, so I don't know. But you guys, I'm going to try to be streaming the trial live on Monday because we finally have, I feel silly calling him this. Okay, I'm not going to call him an accident reconstruction specialist. Here's what I will say. We have a dude who calls himself an accident reconstruction specialist. And he's about to get crossed the fuck out of himself. I can't wait. So I'm excited for that. And I'm going to try to be covering that live on Monday because that's going to be a bloodbath. I mean, my God, I don't even know. I would say on par with Mr. Throws the cell phone around in my office dude from Murdaugh. On par. And that's quite a, I don't know if you want to call it a high bar or a low bar. It's quite a bar to reach that. So, you know, congratulations. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but you got caught out for what there, DSN? For what? Pourquoi? That was a reference to Andy from Parks and Rec, by the way. Pourquoi is not a real word. Shout out to Andy from Parks and Rec, the TV show. Right? I know. It was insane. It was painful. It was painful. I'm going to save my thoughts on specifics to that for when we go over it. But like from the first couple minutes, okay, briefly, from the first couple minutes of just like on direct, I was like, I can see so many ways to do this right now already. Oh, someone called you out for waffling. Well, yeah, I can help you with that problem. The second part of the statement about Karen may have hitting him. If that was due to that Mr. What's-his-face, I would not worry. The issues are just so many. I knew, okay, I know I said I would save it, but like I knew from the very beginning of that dude's testimony, like answering the first couple questions, I was like, oh my God, he's terrified for some reason. There's something wrong here. There's something majorly wrong here. And that became very clear as it went along, but especially like it just got worse and worse and worse. Like it was like a dumpster fire that turned into a nuclear bomb, because then when it got to voir dire and it came out about the whole thing about the expert opinion without a report and him watching the video on court TV and all this other shit, it was like, oh my God, like and you could almost tell he didn't even want to be doing it, but like Lally must have been like, please, or like, I don't know. Maybe Lally even was like, hey, you'll get in big trouble if you don't cover up this up well enough. I don't know. He seemed fucking terrified, like the type of terrified, like someone's gonna like kill your family if you don't get this right, you know? Not that I want to give Lally that much credit for being able to scare anybody enough for that. But oh, it was a disaster. A wheelie bin. Yeah, a wheelie bin. That's a garbage can on wheels. Exactly. Yeah. It was that's so funny. what do you call it usually? The rubbage, maybe? Rubbage? I guess rubbage, yeah. Yeah, it was I've never seen anybody that it was maybe some of the most, how do you even say it? Y'all, we'll go through it, but like even just basic sentence structure, verbiage, basic, very basic grammar, all of it was so messed up. Like, you know, plurals versus singular. I mean, just basic shit. Like, it was a mess, man. And I mean, there were times where I thought maybe he had a speech impediment, but I don't think that was a speech impediment. I think it was like a brain impediment. Like his brain did not want to be talking. And I don't blame him. I mean, I wouldn't want to be testifying for the Commonwealth here, you know? That's like, yeah. And even that girl, I don't remember her name, but the lady who did the, well, okay, briefly. I will say, like, you know, we finally had someone who was going to do cell phone forensics. And you guys, how excited did you get? I got so excited. I was like, yay, cell phone forensics. This was the second expert witness in this entire trial. Let's just recap this real quick. This is insane. So the first expert witness in the entire trial was, the point of them was to testify about the dog DNA or lack thereof or whatever, which again is not proving the prosecution's theory. I don't know what their theory is, but it's not proving Karen did anything wrong. Okay, so there's that. The second expert witness in this entire trial was this lady who was going to do the cell phone forensics. And it was like, yay, you know, I was like that. Well, it turns out she's there. This is insane. Her sole purpose was just to simply try to say that the House Long to Die in the Snow search was by closing out a tab. How is that proving that Karen, I don't have the words anymore, really. It's just, you finally get excited with an expert and it's like, oh, right. They don't have an expert who can even testify to anything remotely related to the charges brought against the defendant. It's wild. It's so fucking wild. Shout out to Gator Man. Happy you're here. Happy you're here to join us. Right. I Kitsmits, I hope that that's the case. I mean, I'm like seriously, like that would be, because anyone that's that nervous, they deserve to not have to be on the witness stand for sure. Yeah, the House Long to Die in the Snow thing, that only matters if you're looking at Jen as an alternate suspect, right? Like, that's why it's so wild that, check it out. So the prosecution, the Commonwealth, brings in an expert just to testify to that one thing. Now, here's the deal. Like, at least when it came to Chloe with the dog lady, Terry Kuhn, like, that's addressing the issue of Chloe, but that's addressing the issue of like with the whole Albert family, right? Because it was their family dog, blah, blah. With those searches from the cell phone forensics lady with the House Long to Die in the Snow, that's literally only to thwart the potential involvement of, but literally specific to one person only, and that's Jen McCabe. That they think about this. You know how much it costs for them to do that? I don't even know how they got this to happen. But they brought in one whole expert witness just for that. Here's the thing. If you didn't, like, if I didn't know any better and I was watching that testimony, I would think that this is the defense's case in chief and Jen McCabe was the defendant. And this was the defense's expert witness to try to say that the defendant didn't do it, because that was exactly what that testimony was. Except it was all mixed up because it was the Commonwealth and it was for someone who's not a defendant. That's what that testimony was. It is unfathomable. Well, DSN, no worries, because here's the thing. Maybe you were watching with STS. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. But no, not a chance. Not a chance. Honestly, in my opinion, they bolstered the defense. Those two witnesses did. They bolstered the defense. And we can talk more about how that is when we get to those witnesses. But there were flaws left and right. I will say to the lady with the cell phone lady, to her credit, at least she wasn't making a mockery of the Commonwealth. But for the dude with the car, I don't know his name. I agree. Yeah, she had, dude, I really loved her demeanor. She was very smart. I really loved her. I loved the way she testified. I don't think there was anything wrong with necessarily her as a witness. But you have to remember also, these expert witnesses are working with whatever information they were provided by the Commonwealth. And there was a question that was asked to her. You know, she had a short cross, but there was a question that was asked about what she was provided by the Commonwealth. And I don't remember the specifics, but it was like only one category of things. It did not include all the other stuff. Again, I don't remember. I was listening while I was driving, but it was the type of thing where it was like they didn't give her everything to work with. And the thing they gave her to work with was like a category of like cell phone forensics that we don't hear about as often. And I don't know, it's a bit sketch, but at the very least, there were some issues there with the timing and the way it worked out with certain texts. But as far as the dude with the accident reconstructionist, I mean, first of all, he's with law enforcement, so he's not really an expert witness. And I don't know, did they even tender him as an expert? I mean, I say that. I don't know if they've tendered anybody as an expert yet, actually. We're just calling them that. Like, by we, I mean everybody. But as we know, that's a whole different like category. So yeah, I don't know. He was just another law enforcement officer that pretended to know shit about car accidents, but clearly knew nothing. Correct. Right. And it wasn't only that. There was only one format in which she was given it or something like that. Again, we'll go over it, but it was something very specific of like, she wasn't given the full phone extraction. And then there was maybe there was even also like a delay. There was some funny business, not on her end, right? But on what she was given to work with. And it comes out on cross. And it's like, if you know, like I know because we've studied this so much with like Murdaugh and other trials, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. But she was great. And you know, but the dude with the cars, man, I swear, to hear him try to explain away how John O'Keefe could have gotten injured with cracking his head on the taillight despite the height problem, and then also hitting his arm and getting scratches from the taillight, and then the dent on the car. I can't even use words like he did. I'll paraphrase by saying maybe it was his hand, but the way he said it was like way worse than that. It was like maybe a hand was over there. It was just something ridiculous. It's just, wow. And that's not even the worst stuff, but sad, really. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some expert witnesses who saw the evidence if the Commonwealth gave them enough of it and they were like, we're not going to do it. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, you know, they care about their reputation. As they should. So anyway, so here's the goal for tonight. The goal is to get through all of Yuriy's testimony, and we're going to do our best. Like I said, I've got a bucket of coffee. God willing, it will happen. Absolutely, Gatorman, couldn't agree more. She was as pleasant as you hope a witness could be. Yep. And I really appreciated just the way she spoke, and she was very her speech was, she was very clear, right? She enunciated very well, she projected. I think that she was only asked to speak into the microphone one time, which I think was completely unnecessary. Right, yeah, absolutely. Kitsmith is saying maybe that's why they only had cell experts to do the search deep dive. Yeah, she's too good. I agree. Yep. Yeah. See, if you've got a good witness, then you can, and you want them, and you've got shit facts like the Commonwealth, then the only option is to give them limited information, like limit their scope to one facet. So that way they can do a really good job and not uncover all the bullshit, right? I don't know what that means, Black Widow, but sure. Hydrangea's boobies. Yeah, so Gator Man, so I guess just like with some, like to her credit, she did not say like I can 100% say that the search didn't happen at this time, right? In other words, it was like I can't rule out blah blah blah, So she wasn't willing to go there and be like, yeah, 100%. Like we heard that, like for example, in Murdaugh with Mr. Palmbach and then Mike Sutton. And it was like, oh, 100%. It had to be 5'2". And then also like, with Mr. Palmbach, like I can say 100% Alex Murdaugh did not do this. It was just like, okay. If you ever hear an expert witness talk like that, it's usually a red flag, right? So the fact that she kind of couched it, if you will, isn't a bad thing. Especially if you're given good information. Now, in this case, I don't know. Everything's just different in this case because we know that the facts are so bad. So, and we also know, for example, let's take it from the man himself about what we have here in this case.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
With that knowledge, everything's a bit different, right? It was a boob type. That is amazing. Very cool. Talented boobs, I suppose. Yeah, she was very polite. Yes. Yeah. So, all right, let's, and I will say this, you guys, I will, like, as I was editing this, I was like, oh my God, so much of Yuriy's testimony actually hits a lot harder now after we've had testimony from Trooper Proctor and maybe the next couple people, where it's like there's even more stuff that you don't realize quite yet the significance of when it's during his testimony. That becomes clear later, but we now know. Oh, yeah, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Yeah, been there, Black Widow, been there. Yep. The phone under your arm walking around. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. All right.
It's a house.
It's funny that the boob type also used the word boobies. Just saying.
Someone should demonstrate the court and jury in the case down here should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Very nice. Nice suit coat, nice tie. I love the tie. Very nice. Pressed, ironed tie. Fancy haircut. Much like Higgins.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Go to the same hairdresser. Barber.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuriy Bukhenik, spelled Yuriy, last of Bukhenik.
Briefly, the character in Cyrillic that makes where, like he said, Bukhenik, that character in Cyrillic looks like an X in our language. I'll go and type that in the chat. Like that. That character in Cyrillic is the character that like I could try to type out his name in the actual spelling in Cyrillic, but I'll just go ahead and just that part is the fascinating part. The book that X that looks like an X to us is the in a Cyrillic. So.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And what prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what if any other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps
Go Quantico.
Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance.
Insane.
I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Canton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police.
You know what's funny though? Even their hairline is the same. So like, I think part of the reason the haircut looks sharp on them. So a lot of men, I'm just going to say, like, okay, no offense men, but it's not uncommon, let me say, for gentlemen of this age or any age to have a receding hairline. Now, something that him and Higgins have in common is they have like a hairline where it's like robust, if you will, but it has like it comes forward in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like that, like in the middle, not like it's receding. It's just like it's a full head of hair, but then it has the normal part on the temples. Anyway, I wonder if that's why the haircut looks good on both of them. Because if someone that have like a receding hairline, this haircut, I think like a faux hawk type situation, I don't think would look as good. Widow's peak, right? That's it. Yes. Yeah.
Officer.
That's a weird term.
Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper.
Very
2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Also, check out his like cuffs situation. Like, what is going on there? This is a very fancy situation. So he's got like this crisp white shirt, but look at the way the cuffs are. I noticed this before, but I hadn't said anything about it. But I don't know if I've ever seen this before, ever, like, or at least noticed it. Like, the cuffs are like tailored. I don't know. They're like at an angle, and I guess they fold over the end of the jacket. It's very, it is very fancy looking.
With respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis.
I just thought of a really funny concept, you guys. What if there was such a thing as like a witness stand model? I'm thinking of kind of also like the Office episode with the chair model. I've probably referenced that episode before, but like, you know, it's like imagine a catalog and it's like all these fellows different like witness stands, and it's like this witness stand is like small and tiny and, you know, whatever, old fashioned, but then it's like here's the witness stand model. I don't know, just a funny concept, because like what gave me the idea was fashion, you know, like
and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Like, I think he definitely has like hairspray
Now,
or
were you
something.
working in that capacity
something in his hair.
with the
Something.
State Police Detective
Some problem.
Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units?
Yes.
Well, let me ask
I
you
was
this.
also
What, if
thinking
any,
along those lines.
duties or responsibilities do you have as sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
It would be it would be tough though to try to walk the runway with your witness stand, though, wouldn't it?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So, for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H-Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call-out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
Canton's best.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H-Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring.
Did y'all catch that objection?
And
Did y'all catch that objection? Oh, PH, phalaenopsis? Phalaenopsis. What, if any, other duty right? I know. Did you guys catch that objection though? And if so, what, if any, thoughts do you have about it? Just curious. Yeah. So did you guys need me to play it again so you guys can weigh in on that objection? Because the defense doesn't object very much, right? Like very strategic. You know. Yes, we'll do. We'll do. Let's go back a bit. Yes, indeed.
That there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which
What do you guys
the
think?
body was
Yeah, I think it's hearsay, but do you think there's more to it than that? Because I maybe do. Remember, there's been other hearsay. Think about it in your minds. Think about all the times the defense is objected. There's been other hearsay that's not been objected to. Correct. Ding, ding, ding. There's been other hearsay that's not been objected to. There's been one thing that's been consistent. Now, I remember I pointed this out really early on in the trial, and I'm sure y'all did too, like how we were talking about how this was like, God, this is like pre-Higgins, right? And it was like these certain objections, it was like they were so far and few between. And it was like they were only doing it at certain times. And it became obvious that like it was only when it had to do with like Trooper Proctor. And it was clear that it was like, oh, right? And the Commonwealth has, done or tried to do something similar with the defense because they were both playing this game of chicken. But that's exactly right, Kit Smith. Yep, trying to force, that's right. Yep. And remember, this was Thursday of last week. The reports that we had on Thursday from early in the day were that they were not calling him. I don't know if y'all remember. I remember because I was like monitoring that shit because I was like, I have to make sure I'm available for Trooper Proctor. So I was monitoring that shit. The reports from earlier in the day on Thursday were they're not calling him. On Friday, which there was no court last Friday, but it was after Yuriy Bukhenik had finished his first day of testimony, and maybe they had a chance to chat a little bit. By then, I mean Commonwealth. On Friday, the reports started to shift that they were going to call him. So, just saying.
located and what was transpiring.
Right.
And I told Trooper Proctor that I would
That's
start
that game, yo.
shoveling
Stay
out
on the
during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton
I still
Police
think
Department
that's weird.
because it was a four-wheel drive and
You know what's
meet
funny? I just have to say, you know who else did that same shit? Was Higgins, wasn't it? This whole thing about the law enforcement using their own personal vehicles is so fucking weird. in most cases, if you did that to any job, they'd fire your ass. It's a liability. Their insurance won't cover that. I mean, it's like so problematic. It's bizarre to me that now we've had multiple on, and they all are like saying the same type of thing. I mean, maybe not him, but like essentially it's boiling down to like inadequate equipment. Like the vehicles from the Canton PD don't drive in the snow, which is just sorry, I just don't. Yeah, DSN, I wouldn't be surprised. But see, here's the thing, Kidsmiths. Here's the thing. It's Canton, Massachusetts, and those they're first responders. Law enforcement is first responders. You know, we were talking about this. I don't remember who all was there, but I think it was during one of the like live trial days of how like 24/7, 365, regardless of the weather, rain, snow, tornado, hurricane, fire, volcano, nuclear bomb, only the first responders are the ones that need to be prepared to go out in all conditions, not regular human people going to work. You know what I mean? So like if anybody's going to have, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Not to mention the ambulances didn't have any trouble. And if they don't have four-wheel drive and they don't have whatever SUVs, I mean, my parents, y'all, are from upstate New York, which is really close to Canada. So my mom and my dad would tell stories about how when they were kids, they would try to open the door to go outside their house and the snow would be above their roofs. And that's how they lived. And they said that people didn't all have four-wheel drive, but like you had other ways around it. Like everybody had chains for their tires and they had, you know, other things that they did, but it wasn't like they all had fancy, expensive cars. So anyway, yeah, just saying. They could take their police cruisers and chuck some chains on there and they should be fine.
We're Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well,
That's correct.
and you mentioned that the truck is four-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work
Yeah,
vehicle?
here again, right?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front-wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My four-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
Hearsay.
I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good,
There's Bev is
he
like
relayed some
so,
information
like,
to you as well.
That's correct.
rulings.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his.
That's not something I would remember.
Next question, please, Mr.
Unless there was
Riley. I'm going to
something-
stop you from answering that,
Yeah,
Sergeant.
hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that? Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning? Objection.
Yeah,
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
sorry. Insane. It's hearsay.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to
And in your
make phone
personal
calls and
vehicle.
facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
See,
And the
I
snow
hate
conditions
this,
that you were
guys.
talking about as far as
I hate
clearing
this.
out your
Guys,
driveway,
seriously.
the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
Forgot.
And so you make
Here's
your way
the
over to the
thing, guys.
McCabe residence,
Here's the thing.
again, without
You know what it's
anything.
like? It's a lot like poor Brian Albert Jr. It's like using the freaking weather as like their scapegoat, just like how his own family, by that I mean Brian Albert Jr., uses his birthday as a scapegoat, as like an excuse for this or that to explain away certain things. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies.
That was said, who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with
He wants to ride his bicycle. He wants to ride his bike. He wants to ride his bicycle. Wait, what's after that? I forget what's after that. Anyway,
Mr. Matt McCabe,
shout out to bicycles.
and then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs.
Here's the
Once
thing. How many times has the freaking jury heard about these stupid interviews? I'm so sick about hearing about it, whether they're lying or not, about who was upstairs and who wasn't, and all the. It's all bullshit anyway. The whole thing is stupid. They should have been. None of this was done properly. Not to mention the whole thing. The whole premise is bullshit, right? Because it's like, oh, they recused themselves from everything except for the interviews. It's just stupid. It's just.
done with that interview, Mr. McCabe
Right.
came
Thank
downstairs
you.
and
Thank you.
Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically
Oh, sorry, you guys.
advise them they were going to we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
Yeah.
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation,
By his unit, really?
is there sort of a policy or protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Bukhenik. When you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was,
That's interesting. So the question was, how would you typically package it? And then he went ahead and answered as to what they did with Mr. O'Keefe's clothing.
there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to?
Yeah, I have a
clothing?
question for y'all. Did anybody find it especially difficult when they mentioned the boxers? I don't know why, but for some reason that to me like hits differently than the rest of the clothing items. I don't know. Maybe it's like just this idea that you never put on your underwear, regardless of what underwear you're wearing, and expect for someone to be describing them to the world after you've died. Like it just, I don't know. That to me just felt like that was really, this still is really sad when they talk about that. I don't know. I mean, it's all sad, but like that just is a different type of sad. Yeah.
I'll allow that.
No, exactly. That's right.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is,
I'll allow it, or I'll
What?
allow it.
thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. That procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that room?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kukowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to...
I love how he makes all this sound really good, but then it's like, you know, the evidence supervisors, you know, I'm thinking of it as like a hall monitor, my just mind. None of that fucking matters when you remember and / learn for the first time that the freaking evidence, as in John O'Keefe's clothing and pieces of the taillight, were unaccounted for weeks because they were not logged into evidence or whatever until like what, March 14th? I think we pointed this out in the last one. And that comes up on Cross, right? Where it's like, we know that they were put initially into his personal vehicle. They sat there for some amount of hours, which he even says and concedes to the fact that it was many hours, many hours. And then they were eventually like somewhere, I guess they were kept in this office or whatever, but like they were not like accounted for in the log or like admitted into evidence or submitted to the crime lab or any of that. Like their whereabouts are not officially accounted for until March 14th, which is just insane.
Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those
I said it
observations?
before and I'll say it again. They're not calling that on me.
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, what?
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of...
The District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective Unit? Excuse me.
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
So gross. Where he's going with this is, oh, so now that we've established that, now you are qualified to make the same findings that a medical examiner would make as to the injuries on a body. That's disgusting.
Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations...
Scores? Like, this wouldn't fly in any other trial. Scores. Like, imagine any other trial where they're like, how many, blah, blah, blah. You go, scores. Or a lot. Now, even in times where you've got a witness who's like an expert, right? Like, how many, autopsies have you done? Take Dr. Ellen Reamer. She's like, oh, I don't know, so many, too many to count. But then she starts making an estimate. And she does the math out loud on the stand. And then she's like, and that would be, gives a number. It's something crazy, like over 1,000. And then she's like, and that would be a conservative estimate. Because you can't just say scores. You can't just say a lot. You can't just say many. It just doesn't work.
In those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, Have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids.
Oh my God, with
what
regard
if any,
to-
What if any observations did you make, and what if any,
I swear to God,
well,
Lally.
let me start just with the physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Oh my God. This makes me
I'll
so
strike
uncomfortable.
the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid.
Right?
with-
It's like, if you want to get this testimony in, guess what? You have to call the ME. Why? Because doctor.
which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally?
Based on your training and experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
Yeah.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Objection.
I swear to God.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
You
Yes,
know
Your
what
Honor.
it is?
Yes.
Y'all, you know what it is? I think she's harder. Okay, I'm going to say something. I can't, we don't know. Well, we might not ever know. But this is just a thought to toy around within our brains. It might just be, I noticed this, okay, when we get to the witnesses from, good God, was that yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. When we get to the witnesses from yesterday, I noticed something for the first time that I hadn't noticed before. Now, it doesn't mean she hasn't been doing it, but it was the first time I noticed it. In terms of Judge Bev's tone with the objections with the prosecution versus the defense. And it might have been during the voir dire of the car dude, but it dawned on me that the way she was, the way she was sustaining objections when it was the defense objecting to something from the Commonwealth, when it was, so Lally's doing the questioning and he's like, it's like watching a dying animal, right? I mean, it's just horrific. And the defense would object. And the way she would say things, I've started to realize it's a lot like you would talk to a toddler where you feel sorry for them. It's hard to explain. It was something in the tone. It was like, you can ask it differently. It was kind of like she has to, it's like painful for her to sustain that objection, but she has to. But she's like, it's like so horrific that you can't bear it. Versus like with the defense, it's like, okay, you know better. It started to dawn on me that maybe it's because she realizes that the caliber of attorney is so different. And it's like with the defense, they do know better. And the defense has a stronger case. And what if, it just started on me, like, what if it's the opposite? Like, what? Now, this shouldn't be happening either, okay? Like, just to get that out of the way. She shouldn't be treating them differently anyway. But what if she's treating them differently, not because she's biased in terms of, like, how she wants the outcome, but what if it's like she feels sorry for Lally because she sees, like, a dying antelope being ripped apart by a lion, And what if she's like, in a way, it's almost like, this is just one way to think about it, but the tone is so interesting. What if it's almost like a sign of respect, in a way, for the defense of, like, you guys can do better for yourselves, like, because she actually said stuff like that several times, like, you know better, you can do better. She never said that to Lally, which makes sense, right? Because he doesn't know anything. So that does make sense when you think about it. And it's like as a teacher, right, with violent students, it's like, you're not doing your job if you're not pushing them to what their potential is. You could almost compare it in a way to that, like where she knows that they know better. And if she were to hold them to the same standard as Lally, and this is true for anything, if you were to hold everybody to the same standards as Lally, we would have a planet full of lollies running around. And imagine what type of shit show that would be, right?
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but
Oh my God.
as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to be?
It's funny too. He says produced. I think the word he meant to say was presented, because that's what they all say. The doctors they presented with.
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south
There you go,
of a
guys. Here's your
point.
medical testimony.
So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Do they?
Now,
I'm
while-
sorry, but does Lally expect the jury to be satisfied with that in lieu of a medical examiner? Because that's so insulting.
You were at the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
So this is a very fast-forwarded version of him showing the evidence here, too. I have actually a very similar pair of Nikes. I hate that so much.
Sergeant Bukhenik, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and
Now, briefly,
allowed.
the butcher's paper is a normal thing. I know it sounds crazy. And if you're wondering why, you might have been like, wow, it sounds crazy. I think it's because we have to remember that we've already heard of solo cups in a Stop and Shop bag. So therefore, in this context, the butcher's paper seems like, oh, well, maybe they purchased some steaks at the Stop and Shop, and that was how they got the butcher's paper. While I can't rule that out, typically butcher's paper is the proper way of doing it.
To dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered from this bag?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the Hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
So, folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice, or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law.
And Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen. Is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions, and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions
Shout out to
Mr. O'Keefe's right arm,
Chat was loading.
just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residents in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and
But that doesn't actually make sense,
when
though.
did you arrive in relation to the march?
Are you saying that they're going to think you're just some random hoodlums trying to take them to the police office or police station? I don't know.
We called them while we were still on the highway
Right?
and
I
gave
know.
them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his arrival?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle, so even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell, and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the storm door, glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went into the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dighton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
I wonder what
In
the
addition
significance
to
of that is.
the defendant and her father,
Interesting. Why was that necessary? I mean, obviously it wasn't, but like, why did he deem it necessary that she had her laptop and her phone? Interesting, right? What do you guys think?
who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you, are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present. But that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior
Do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Lally? All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, The Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
That's a Lally question.
I just asked her to recount any
What conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were about to have?
events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the
I will say this would be more believable if the whole thing had been recorded.
conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle.
So I remember we were
She
talking
told me
about
that
this when we were watching this, because I covered this live as well when it happened. I think it might have been you, Fender, but we were talking about how, like, that whole thing about where he says, yeah, they had a fight or whatever about what the kids have for breakfast. You know, it's so clear here. There's a couple different of examples actually coming up in this testimony of, like, how it's clear that she's trying to offer up something because of the questions being asked, like, to be helpful. It's like the way you would do it if you really are innocent, and in my opinion, you know, and you are just really trying to help. And so you're thinking of everything because, like, you know, I don't know of any couple really where if you were to, like, ask them, like, oh, like a serious fight and it was, like, over, like, what the kids had for breakfast, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're, like, a couple that's, like, already fighting about everything all the time, perhaps, but I don't know. And then there's a couple other examples too, like with, like, the niece and the sweater. I don't know. Every example that we have is stuff that's, like, if you're searching, right? If you're searching for something to try to come up with an answer to appease somebody of what could have been a fight.
she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew if.
Later on, I don't remember which witness it's with. We hear that referred to as a U-turn. It might be with, fuck, who's it with? That high up dude. We hear that referred to as a U-turn. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite, I mean, I know, like, okay, I'm a driver, like, I drive cars, right? But, like, I don't quite know. I mean, I guess there's a slight difference, but either way, it's like the point is to turn around. I don't know. Bender says, apparently kids that used to fight a fair amount, but 16-year-olds may not understand. Right, I know. Yeah. It's hard to say, too, because we didn't actually hear it, obviously. I mean, I know y'all know that, but, like, in other words, it depends on the, like, okay. Just, if you guys imagine Lally, right? And his freaking leading ass questions, which you know he had, and which you know the defense would not object to with those kids. And, you know, you ask it in a way that's, like, implies that you want that answer, right? Like, what if the question's like, so, yeah, so, like, they fought a fair amount, correct? Correct. Well, then all we've got is the people who are transcribing or just giving, they can't even write it. They couldn't take notes during it, right? So so in other words, then you can see how the outcome of that would be after the fact. Like, yep, the kids said they fought a fair amount. Well, they didn't actually say that, right? Like verbatim. They just agreed with Mr. Lally. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I could see that being the case, especially because A, we know Lally leads. B, we know kids are going to want to please the adults in that situation, right? C, we know that no one's going to want to object and you know, does that make sense, right? Like I can totally see that happening. And then also because of the fact that no one could take notes during it and it, you know, so, oh, they could take notes. Okay. So even if they could take notes though, I could still see it being more like, if you're taking notes and the prosecutor says, so they fought a fair amount, correct? And the kid says, yes, I could see it being interpreted and written down as, oh, the kid said they fought. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I guess it just sort of depends, right? Like, it'd be interesting to see if different journalists had different takes on that because, you know, it's almost too bad an attorney couldn't be there taking notes because I feel like we might get different information, right? Like, how to explain it? Like, people who understand the significance of the question and the way it's being asked might understand the difference of like paraphrasing an answer. I don't know if that makes any sense.
How she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, I don't know, it happened last night.
But yeah, I mean, even still though, when you think about it with kids, it's like, you know, that's all relative, right? Like, I don't know if Lally asked him anything more specific, like how often? Was it every day? Was it once a week? I don't know. If y'all know that, if that came up in any of the tweets or whatever, or reports, let me know. But like, that would have been a better way to go about it, because like a fair amount, that's completely relative. And a kid, as a kid, you know, it's not their fault, right? But like, they don't have experience. Like, you know, like honestly, no fighting is appropriate for a kid, right? So like, I don't know.
End quote.
Now,
Let
at
me
some
back-
point
Let me back that up just a second.
earlier,
Where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked.
Fender, I appreciate your honesty there. Yeah. Kidsmith says the kids thing. Yes, I get what you're saying, though. I'd hope that a defense would object to such blatantly leading questions. You know, I would too, but at the same time, I don't know, man. Because you wouldn't want the kids to get nervous and think they did something wrong. And that's the problem, because kids wouldn't know, right? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm curious if they objected at all. I wonder if that's in any of their reporting, like if they objected, period. I wouldn't be surprised. However, I will say it would not surprise me if on cross, which we understand from what I understand, there was a brief cross. It would not surprise me at all if freaking Lally objected, because, you know, Lally has literally no ability to read the room and has like no manners and no sensitivity. But yeah, I appreciate y'all's input of this for sure.
Whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know. It happened last night." End quote.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Is that supposed to be damning? I don't see it that way. Again, anyone who's like, how can you not, like, I know that y'all, I know you guys aren't thinking that, but for anyone ever in all of time, I highly recommend checking out the video I made. It's like 5 minutes long, and it's called like the Great Hair Experiment, because at the end of that video, I point out a bunch of damage to my car that was done recently, but like I have no idea when. And like I literally only noticed it when I went to go make that video, because I'm not looking for it. You know, maybe there's some people who like literally like every day they inspect their car. Like, not me. I get in my car to go to the grocery store and drive home. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I assume that my car is fine because it's in my driveway or it's in the grocery store parking lot for 10 minutes max. And then I come home. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know, but the way he says that, it's like as if that's supposed to be like a mic drop moment, and it's like it's so easy to just back into something, and like anyway, I don't know. Oh, really?
now, at some point,
I thought there was if anyone wants to look that up, I thought there was a cross, but that it was like a very gentle cross. That's what I remember hearing. Of course, it's hard because we can't ever verify it for ourselves in this situation, which drives me crazy. But yeah, if anyone wants to try to double check that. Fender, great point. You mean you don't drive after 10 to 12 Jameson and Gingers? Didn't that number go up at some point? Yeah, right. I know. I thought it was so funny when God, I don't even remember who it was, with somebody. I think it's Trooper Proctor, maybe. They're on cross, maybe. Fuck if I remember. They're like, "You mean you were drinking and driving?" Blah blah. And I'm like, "Hello, every single person up here except for this guy. I think this guy maybe doesn't drink, because we don't hear any stories about him going out to the bar with the guys, with the fellas. But like everybody else except for him, all law enforcement, all drinking and driving all the time. So, you know."
earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
That's interesting. Let me say this
She
much.
stated that when she woke
If there's any credence to that, right? So now we have a better understanding. I did not know, because I hadn't done any research ahead of time, as y'all know. I didn't know that she had any issues with, Crohn's or IBS. I've heard a myriad of things. I don't know what's true and what's not, because this is all from what people say. But I've heard myriad of things, right? Crohn's, IBS. I know those are two different things, but that's just what I've heard. And then there's the colostomy or whatever. What I will say is this: if she was having any type of issues along those lines, and so she dropped him off, yes, that would make sense that she wouldn't want to go in the house. B, you'd better believe that if there was a fight or an argument or anything going on, you'd be like, fuck that shit. I got to go to the bathroom, right? And then C, you could imagine somebody speeding off. If it's a bathroom emergency, and I don't know what it's like. I don't know much about those ailments. I don't know if it's like a sudden onset thing. If it's you're going to go in and you're chatting and then all of a sudden it's oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I don't know. Or if it's I just don't know. But no matter what the circumstance, all of it makes sense as to you wouldn't want to go in the house. I think that I would imagine that no matter what you're talking about, you'd be like, hey, this has to wait. I gotta go. And you would speed off and you would go to a bathroom. Now, having said that, what did they say? It was a 30-minute drive for her to get back to the house? Or wait, no. Was it 30 minutes to get back to Dighton? And so she went to John O'Keefe's house. So one thing we don't know a whole lot of information about, we may never know it unless Karen takes a stand, is we know she wasn't supposed to stay at John O'Keefe's. I have a thought. This is the first time I've had this thought. We know she wasn't planning on staying there overnight, right? We know that John O'Keefe's house was closer than where she lived. Now, Dighton is her parents' house. I don't remember where she lived. Do y'all? And where that was in reference to all these other places. But the reason it's relevant is because we know she stayed at John's a lot, right? And we know she wasn't planning on staying there overnight. But yet she went back there after dropping him off, as opposed to anywhere else. And I'm wondering if it's because it was the closest place between that and her own house, where there was a bathroom, where she could go use the bathroom. I don't know. I'm curious. Do you guys remember where her was it an apartment? Was it a house? I feel like it was a house. But do you guys remember where that was located? I just remember them saying it was further out, but I'm wondering if she went to John's house because she really needed to use the bathroom and then fell asleep. I don't know. I'm just imagining logically what would happen if what he said here about her, she had stomach issues, and now we know more about that than we did, or at least for me when I watched this at the time, I didn't know anything else. So thinking it through logically, with different stomach issues, it would make sense that especially because it was 2022, COVID around the holidays was having a resurgence. It might be also that she didn't want to go. Well, no, she went to the bar. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. Thank you, DSN. And how far John's house was much closer, right? 5 minutes or something, wasn't it? I know I've Google mapped that, but it was pretty close. So then that makes sense. I wonder if that's what it was. Interesting. Because he's saying that's what she told him. And I wonder if that was true. She said, yeah, I didn't go inside because I was having stomach issues. In that case, you'd be like, I want to go home. And then if you were like, I can't make it home, you'd go to the closest home if you have another option, right? Thank you, Kit Smits, for that information. That's helpful. Fender's saying, hypothetically, if Lally doesn't put in the beyond a reasonable doubt instructions in his proposed jury, that has to go in there. That has to go in there. That has to go in there. There's no way around that. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried, but like that would get fixed. There's no way. Yeah, so it can come on suddenly. So yeah, I wonder if maybe initially she was, because then, remember guys, we were thinking that maybe she didn't want to go because she was like, oh, these two guys, like they're going to get into it or whatever. Or if it was just because she was like, I want to avoid Higgins. That's possible, right? Because remember, when it came to the waterfall, she was there first and then he showed up. So she would not have had warning, right? To be able to avoid him because he came in after her. So it's possible that going to the house, she had warning and she's like, nah, I don't want to go there. But it's also possible. No, okay, I'm also thinking this through. It's also possible. So there's two also possibles. The first also possible is that she didn't want to be around Higgins, but, maybe she didn't see the point in saying that or see that it warranted anything, right? Like, I'm not saying it was like an intentional lie, but I don't know. If you don't want to be like, hey, law enforcement officer, here's like my entire personal life. The first time I'm talking to you and I just want to find out what happened to my boyfriend. Like, I don't know. I could see not wanting to get into the whole Higgins thing because like that's a mess. I don't know. But also, it's entirely possible that like Higgins wasn't the real issue and maybe she really did have to use the bathroom. Maybe she was intending to go. They pulled up and then it was like, oh, now I'm having stomach issues. And then she was like, okay, have fun. See you later. I gotta go, DSN says Crohn's plus the disease named Brian Higgins was in. Yeah, there you go. Oh man. Yeah. I think with Brian Higgins too, it's like the sudden onset, right? Maybe that just gets worse when he's around.
She began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dayton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after
I have thought
the conclusion of
he tried to say that. Okay, he tried to frame that as if they were just there for a nice chat, blah blah blah, and then they had their little interview, and then he asked her to walk through what happened with the vehicle that night and all that, right? And then it's like, and then after that, right? After that, then I told her that we were going to be seizing her cell phone type thing, right? So it's as if to say, at this point, he's already trying to imply in a way that, like, she said something that implicated her own guilt, kind of trying to set up this whole idea of a confession. But here's my thought here, is that didn't he already say, I mean, he did already say it. I heard him. I'm just pointing it out. I had not realized this. When he was beginning his testimony with all this, which was, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago or something, and he was talking about the different steps they took. Remember, we were joking about it because, like, the first thing he said is, like, we didn't want to be showing up there not in uniform to the house. So, like, we went ahead and called in other law enforcement from Dayton and shit, like, right, to show up with, like, in uniform as responding officers in uniform because we didn't know them and we didn't want to show up in uniform. And I don't remember. I made some joke about it. But, like, doesn't that mean that you were already intending on arresting her before you had this quote unquote confession? Before you had any information from her? Doesn't that mean you already were planning on arresting her, right? Like, because when you think about these cases where it's like they're just going to go talk to somebody who they don't consider a suspect, it's actually considered to be better, right? Like, to show up not in uniform because then they don't think they're in trouble, right? Like, we even see it in interrogations. When somebody is in interrogations, even if it's like they should know they're a suspect, law enforcement will come in plain clothes to make them feel at ease. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Did I answer the hypothetical? What hypothetical? Yeah, the interview was terminated. So I forget. What does he say? I feel like this comes up twice. Let's maybe back it up just a second. I'm trying to remember.
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dayton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
Okay, he doesn't say it there.
I did not see cameras.
Oh, yeah. So I did answer that. So I was saying there's no way he couldn't include that. If he tried not to include it, Judge Bev would fix that. There's no way you can't just not include that. You have to include beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no way.
On the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dayton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Mr. Lally, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You pause right there, please. Now, the Sergeant Bukhenik, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that has just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
Someone, if you could press play from there.
I mean, that vehicle handles the snow great, right? Like, fuck, that's beautiful. No, I think I don't think it would be possible to exclude that. There's no way that would make it past a judge. But if that happened, that would be overturning a verdict without question. I think verdicts can get overturned for even less. And actually, I did talk a little bit about, hold on. So there was a new BK document, which I already put a video out on that. I started working on a video for the new Chad Daybell document. I haven't finished it yet, but in that video, we do talk a little bit about appellate issues and how all that process works. So I was just remembering, I was like, wait, why do I feel like I was just talking about that? Well, I was talking about it, but you guys didn't hear me yet. In terms of what goes on with appeals issues and whatnot.
Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are, as far as who they are and what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to the end. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes, I observed.
I don't know, man. That would be, I don't know. No, I mean, it wouldn't make it past the defense. I just think that even with Judge Bev, I think she would have Wally's head on a spit even before the defense would. Honestly, that would be so egregious. It's impossible. I mean, that's the standard. It's the standard. There's just
The
no way.
defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
It's not a
Okay.
constitutional right, but it's pretty.
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Bukhenik, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play for me. Pause right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I just asked her to pause right there.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Bukhenik, from this
I
still
had a
image
dime
from this
for every
video,
day.
what if
Okay.
anything is significant
If I had a dime for every time Judge Bev has told Lally that.
you observe in relation
I
to
would
the
be
vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow?
The rear taillight is illuminated. You could see a white light.
Wait, are you saying, Fender, that you've seen his proposed jury instructions? What? I can't imagine that he's even done those yet and that those are released to the public. I don't know. Is that what you're saying? Those are out? Like, I haven't heard anything about them working
Coming
on it.
from that taillight.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this through the...
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not that I don't trust you, Fender, obviously. I don't know about Twitter. Yeah, because I don't know. That's why I when I do court documents, I only use them if they're directly from the source because I don't know. Like this, as y'all know, I have not been following this trial before or whatever. But like what I will say is everything that's gone on during trial has been very much under lock and key. Like, for example, they don't put anything on the record so rarely. Like, we're lucky if we even hear them talk about schedule. Like, Judge Bev gets off the bench immediately. This is, of all the trials I've ever watched a fuck ton, we hear the least amount. And there's been the least amount. Again, this is just since trial started because that's my experience. But it's clear that's how the way that she runs her ship there is like the opposite of somewhere like in Murdaugh, right? Or other trials where you hear like Murdaugh was like full fucking transparency. I fucking loved it. There were 2 sidebars the entire trial, and they were very short. Everything else was argued in front, without the jury, but in front of us, right? We got to see and read everything, hear everything. Anyway, so also, I don't know. I just would be surprised if Lally had written them already. Because I feel like he's like a last minute type of dude because he's so lazy. I don't know. I would want to make sure it was verified. And it also wouldn't surprise me if somebody put that on Twitter and like they left that out on purpose, right? Like that would make sense. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I will say the other thing too is like if those were legit, I feel like we would have seen something on LawTube from somebody. And like for me, I don't have a good way of finding again, but having said that, like there's only just been the one document since the trial started, and I already covered that. Like they're not pumping out documents like they are in Idaho, you know what I mean? So
Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
And just for reference points, in regard to
it's so funny because when I lived in Boone for all those years, like this was like daily life for like many months out of the year. It's so funny. It's like in a way I miss it, but like also like I was really used to driving in it. But what I will say is like Boone is a mountain town where all the roads are on an uphill or a downhill, and they are all very curvy. And oftentimes, instead of a shoulder on one side, it's like a cliff or like a river. So, but But you know what? You just got used to it. Like, oh, like, you know, I don't know. It's like, I do miss it. And it's so funny because like over the past several years in Boone, like they've gotten barely any snow at all. Like when I was up there for 11 years, like, I mean, it was just dumped on constantly. It was crazy. It was like nowhere else in North Carolina for sure. I mean, there were times where I remember there'd be like these big snowstorms and it's like they'd be reporting levels out of like up north in terms of like, you know, the country, right? And like nobody's heard of Boone, so they don't report on Boone. It's like, hey, we're getting more than they are, you know, because of the altitude, right? So
This view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port Garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom or the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Now, as far as what's depicted in this still shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything, do you observe there?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind as we did the entire way from Dighton all the way to Canton.
Gentlemen, if you could play that to the end. Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port Garage,
Put the lights, thank you.
as far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so.
Oh, okay. Well done on finding the original document. This video, though. This is a special video. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Fucking incredible, man. I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what. Having dealt with every type of fucking technology issue and issue with editing videos or things glitching when you go to edit them, I've never seen anything like that unless it was like you cut it out. Like, that is wild to me. Like, that looks like you cut something out and then it skips like that. Like, whenever there's going to be a harsh transition like that in the videos that I make, I do like a little, I do it on purpose so y'all know, like we skipped a section, right? For example, while you repeat the same question a million times, it does like, or even it's just like like they're going to approach for like submitting evidence, and it's like, okay, do you recognize this document? And it's like in real life, like 10 minutes elapses. Like I do like that little smooth transition-y looking thing, and then it cuts to the question after the fact, right? So that it's not just like chop chop. Anyway. Well, you know, Fender, we will be across soon enough. This is not all of direct. Believe it or not, I did cut out like a lot of this. I know it feels like forever. I get it. But I did cut quite a bit out that just, you know.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sorry, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the
Well, I mean, and that's another thing. I don't even know that anybody asked them this, but not even that. They shouldn't be just using motion activated cameras, period. It's a police department, for fuck's sake. If there's anywhere that should have 24, I mean, fucking gas stations, right? 24/7, 365 cameras running. I mean, I can tell you this much. Covering all the shit with Kohberger, like I've been doing all the hearings and all the documents, and recently they had a hearing talking about the surveillance photo videos, right? But this is true with every trial. This is just a recent example of like, you know, they subpoena all these businesses, right? All these different places. These are just like private businesses or private people's houses, right? Those are not motion activated. They're just always running. Okay, here's what I can say definitively. This is the first time I've ever heard in a trial or even pre-trial of anywhere, and I'm including like private homes and private businesses and what have you, where they're like, oh, the cameras are motion activated, and it's a police department. So I just don't buy it at all.
Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open.
Well, and it doesn't make sense either, right? Because the motion activated would not explain that, because the part where it jumps like that, there's people standing already within the view of the camera at both times. So if it was going to jump to where it's motion activated, it would be when somebody's out of frame and then moves into frame. And those, but where it is they're already in frame, so it makes no sense.
Spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the
now that does make sense, Fender.
Four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle
I will
at the top.
say a library might be one of the only places I can think of where that makes sense.
Now,
As a library. No offense to libraries. Love libraries. Shout out to library.
That the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit. Is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
Now, having said this, I'm going to rewind this a second because there is something interesting. So now that we're watching this, okay, when we know that it was all reversed, it's going to be interesting. I actually do want to pay attention to his answers.
With the antique Canton cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive.
What did Runkle say about it? I don't know. I might have missed that.
All-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as
oh, ATV, does that remind you guys of Murdaugh? Oh.
Orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage on the opposite side, or to the left of the screen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, please. Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that would be a reason not to use them, right, in a police station? I mean, that would make sense. fucking weird. What's interesting, so like the way he answered that question, right? He was like, "Yeah, the driveway's to the right of the screen." Blah blah. Like he's answering questions about left and right. Like I don't even know that they point that out on cross, but that would have been a really good way to impeach him because, like, it's one thing just to be like, "Yeah, it's an accurate video," blah. But it's another thing when you're like actually pointing out where things are orientation wise, to the left, to the right, and like literally it's the opposite. Like that's like worse to me. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a more blatant lie because then you're, like, in your mind, you would be remembering, like, if someone's asking you, okay, which thing is to the right, you would be remembering from your memory where the location is. And instead, he's looking at the video and then he's answering it based on that and not from what he actually knows, right?
And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Just give me a secret play from there. If you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself there.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here.
So on cross, he gets called out on that whole thing with like misidentifying Trooper Proctor, but like I don't remember if it's ever clarified who that actually is. I think maybe it's Chief Berkowitz. Which, fuck, if we don't hear from him, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I should say retired Chief Berkowitz, and we all know that was one of those forced retired situations. At least that's what I can infer. There's the dude with the broom. Crazy. You know, it's funny. It's like, did Lally, actually, I guess I'm playing it. Did Lally think nobody would recognize that this was reversed? By nobody, I mean the defense or even just us viewing it, like at home, or the jury. Did he really think? Maybe he thought people were that dumb. It's possible. Maybe he didn't even notice it because he's that dumb. That's also possible. That could explain a lot. Actually, it's nice because like I can kind of talk without pausing it, right? Because there's no sound. Oh, there's another glitchy thing. Another one there. Wow. Hand truck. I love a good hand truck, I will say. Harbor Freight has some good ones. Love Harbor Freight. Yeah, Fender, look at, for example, where it says police on the vintage police car thing. It's backwards. And then there's some other indications, but I think that is probably that's the first thing I noticed. It's like right at the bottom of the screen there on the left-hand side, to the left of the, whatever the fuck those things are. I don't even know what those are. To the left of those things. There has the writing on there. It's supposed to say police where you can read it, but it, you know. Yeah, there's more things that people, oh yeah, also the number 4 there on the left-hand side of the screen is backwards. You couldn't see that until they closed the door.
What you're observing in this video, what you've seen, or what you recall
on the garage
from this,
door.
what is it that you and Trooper Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Who's going to get this place at the end, please?
I love that they use that dude as like a prop thing. I think I named him Bill. The armless dude in the orange t-shirt. It's all good, Fender. I'm sure there were some people in the jury that didn't notice it and some that did. I really hope that they speak out after this if they choose to do interviews and shit so we can learn more. I loved that about Chad Daybell, that like all those jurors, I mean, well, maybe it wasn't all of them, but it was like almost all of them came out and talked great length. I bet he was hoping that, Fender.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, you wear...
so there's an example of where Lally says his name wrong, and he just called him Sergeant, but he's Trooper, right? Anyway, Bukhenik did not correct him. He just said his name wrong, and he didn't get corrected.
A warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022.
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners.
That's interesting. So if he had only just said the part about freeing up the Sallyport, that would have been one thing. But his first part of that answer, he gave 2 reasons, and the first reason was about the recusing. It's interesting because, as we know, like he just said, they recused themselves from, well, we hear it billions of times, right? That they recuse themselves from the interview portion, right? But the whole thing is like, oh, well, they recuse themselves from the interview, but not everything else. So I think that was like him, like, fucking up essentially and saying like, oh, like it's because they recused themselves. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, that would be a legitimate reason to move the vehicle. However, that doesn't jive with what they say the rest of the time, right? because that would, like everything else, they don't recuse themselves from. So he kind of corrects himself there, I think.
To their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
Sergeant Bukhenik, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
And so, sir, during the course, well, let me ask you this. As far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
Does the Ring
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from 1 Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search warrant?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
I did.
With reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Objection.
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr.
Super Planning Girl is asking, is he referring to the same unit as Brian Higgins? Yes, definitely.
Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Another great
Yes,
point.
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
What if any? I'm lonely. What?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant,
With reference to I'm Lally.
what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
How would you know typically? Yeah,
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
yeah. I wanted to say that.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Please tell me if you could press play from there. Ms. Kelman, if you could pause there. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, were you able to identify the operator of the vehicle in the black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if Ms. Gilman, if you could play it for me.
You know, I have a thought. Whenever we do get to the to reviewing the testimony from the accident reconstruction dude, which, speaking of which, that might be actually sooner before even we get to a recap, because I'm going to be trying to cover his cross-examination on Monday. I'm wondering, because his whole method of going about devising the numbers and whatnot that he was using for his opinion was elementary at best, and what's the right word, like shitty. I wonder if when it gets to the part about the her vehicle showing that it made some sort of a 3-point turn or U-turn, what if that's the turn that the vehicle recorded? Like, what if that was accurate, but it was at this point in time, and he was, because he could have been off, the way that was done was just based on the mileage, like assuming the mileage of the Lexus. It wasn't based off of like actual timestamps or location or anything else, which, by the way, it seems like the vehicle should have that have more information versus what we heard. And I'm sure that we will get to that likely from the defense. Maybe with another expert, but kind of like how, like with in Murdaugh, like we had the initial telemetry where it was just like showing that like park versus not in park or whatever. and then they got the rest of the OnStar, and it was like, oh, here's like everything. But like, I'm wondering if, based on what we've heard, that could actually be the 3-point turn that was like essentially recorded via the data. Yes, they did release the schedule for next week. So they're going to have court Monday, full day of court. Tuesday, it's going to be a full day, but no jury. It's going to be voir dire for the experts. So that's going to be awesome. And that should be, it seems like that is going to be like open to the public, right? So we'll be able to watch it. Wednesday is a national holiday because of Juneteenth, so no court. And then full days Thursday and Friday.
Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, are you also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you could just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video in the one, just
actually,
from 119.
Just to add to the point I was just saying, it looks like any time that she parked there and then would have left, she would have had to make some sort of a 3-point turn, right? So even if it wasn't that specific video we just saw, it could have been any time that she was leaving, right? Could have been how the vehicle potentially recorded a 3-point turn.
Where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked?
Yeah, same.
In relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video?
Directionality, Lally.
Yes, you do.
Ms. Gilman, if you could address it.
The jury has eyes.
Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I mean, what if even, okay, just to add, I'm just thinking out loud here. What if even the data, which I guess was somewhere grouped within the same time as the 3-point turn, what if the data where he's like showing that the vehicle's backing up and then going forward and backing up and going forward and then it's accelerating or whatever? What if all of that, not just the 3-point turn or the U-turn or whatever, I forget which languaging he uses, but what if all of that was actually this instance or one of these instances of her leaving the house and wasn't even at 34 Fairview? Yeah, it's horrifying.
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point
I mean,
the shot or the video that you...
And also, just I'm going to argue with myself here. Me saying what if doesn't even matter, right? Because really, if the Commonwealth doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, right, that was her vehicle doing those things at that location at that time, then that doesn't matter, right? Like, and that's what's so funny. Like the way that dude was trying to put this information in as, I guess, an expert opinion, I don't recall it having any way to verify it had nothing about her location. It had no GPS. And again, it was just based on the mileage of her SUV. And the way he determined the mileage, if y'all remember, it was one of the main problems I had. I had so many, but one of them was he went on Google Maps and looked at the different ways you could get the different places she went to, right? Because there's multiple ways you can get to all of them, including, 34 Fairview and the Waterfall and the houses and whatnot. And then he did an average of them to try to determine what mileage her vehicle would have had at that time. It's absurd, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, especially because John O'Keefe's house was so close. Like, it seems entirely plausible that, you know, if taking an average of all of those different options, you know, each one's off by half a mile, well, then you could get enough miles to where her location could be not 34 Fairview, but it could have been at John O'Keefe's house, right? And this could be the exact thing that was recorded. And remember the whole thing where it recorded a bump or whatever, or what did it call it? A triggering event. The triggering event could have been bumping into John O'Keefe's car. Remember, it's so funny because in his testimony, I was actually just reviewing parts of this today, where he was saying, I think it was on the voir dire, and he's saying how, like, whatever it is that she hits, it has to be stationary, blah, blah. And he makes this assumption that it has to be pedestrian. And in my mind, I'm like, there's no evidence to support that at all. And I was actually thinking, well, it could have been anything. It could have been another car. It could have been a fence post. It could have been a stop sign, whatever. It didn't even dawn on me that it could have been this exact event with John O'Keefe's vehicle that she bumped into. And everything that he's talking about there with this triggering event and the U-turn or the 3-point turn, I forget which one he says, and then how she's, you know, all that. Like, couldn't that potentially be this exact event? And additionally, I will add, even if it's not, even if the event that he's talking about is, let's say that was 34 Fairview. If any of that was accurate, wouldn't there also be a record of this event happening? That's a good point. Like, shouldn't there be a triggering event for this collision with John's vehicle and with this 3-point turn or U-turn, however you want to call it? Shouldn't this also have been brought up in the system, right? Because essentially they're pretty identical. The vehicle doesn't know if it's a person versus a car versus a whatever, stop sign, anything.
Observes, are we able to recognize the operator's vehicle?
Not from that shot, no.
Exactly, Kit Smits.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through the Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Lally.
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
I'm so baffled as to how so much of Wally's quote unquote, well, evidence / lines of questioning, even his experts, I'm still baffled as to how that's been let in when it's all rebuttal, like literally rebuttal. Like, honestly, I'll pause real quick. Like, honestly, even shit like the dog lady and the cell phone lady, shit like that, it honestly would even have more impact. Never mind, you know, in terms of the credibility and authenticity and all that, but like in terms of just the testimony, it would have more impact if the jury first heard the defense's theory. You know, in other words, as we know, the jury is probably figuring out the defense's theory via the Commonwealth's questioning and shit. But like, it just seems like it's almost a waste, if you will. Like, I feel like they would have been better served, like what happens in every other trial, waiting until the defense presents their case in chief, right? And then they bring those in rebuttal. I don't fucking get it. man. I don't know how it's happening. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the other thing too, so Kitsmans is saying there was a lot of testimony this week. There was. You'll be fine with the lawyer, recap start. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that, we will be recapping all of it, in more depth than what you would get on, on the recaps. But yeah, I agree. The recaps obviously are great. Y'all know I love lawyer, and the recaps definitely are more time efficient. So yeah. And then, we'll be able to get into the nitty gritty and point out some of the finer things, if you will, as well. So, because we're doing all of Yuriy today. So that means our next recap will be Trooper Proctor. So we're trying to stay somewhat caught up. It doesn't make sense anyway to be caught up like on the actual day, right? Because like the recaps make a lot more sense when you've had time to digest the testimony, and put it in more context and stuff too. But yeah.
And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, do you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment, Ms. Gilman. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Sound of the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The tail light, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Tail light is blowing in the wind. Shout out to Bob Dylan and everyone else who covered that song, which is like everybody. I was going to say I missed the 60s, but you know what? I wasn't alive then, so. I will say this much with Proctor. I thought about the same thing. And when we watched it live, and we were all like physically ill and sick and having all kinds of issues. And I remember Kit Smith, I think, was making popcorn even. Was that for Proctor? But what I will say is like this, I thought about this with the recaps. And I thought, you know what? I think it won't be as, at least for me, I think it won't be as bad now that we've heard it, because now we know what's coming. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we've already heard it. So some of that, I feel like this is, maybe it's just wishful thinking, but in my mind, it's like maybe some of that disgustingness will be taken away by the fact that now we know what to expect. Maybe a little
Pause
bit.
there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
I don't really know what the point is of all this. Point, and I forgot what the point is. So it is Lally. Yeah, exactly. Super planner girl. Yeah, Kitsman says for me, Proctor on the stand is like rage-ertainment. Yeah, and derangement. It's that weird phenomenon of getting satisfaction from narcissism. Yeah. Yeah, and I do think that it'll be more like that, at least for me on the second time around. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. Sorry, y'all.
From your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022.
I don't know what the point is of that. Like, are you saying because it was broken, he didn't clean it off? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That just doesn't make, like what? As he pointed out, by he, I mean Lally himself just a couple videos ago, is part of the taillight still works. I mean, okay, let me take that back. All of the taillight still works. It's just that part of the outside housing is missing. The light itself still works. So it's not like you would just leave snow on it. Stupid.
Yourself and Trooper Connor Keith.
Oh, well done.
Is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
They wanted to get a couple of
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited the establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the
And I
screen?
will say, when it gets to the bar footage, I'm not playing all of that because that's just them counting the drinks. I chose select clips to play because either it showed, interactions between the different people that were there that I thought were interesting, or a couple things that were maybe of note in terms of, there were a couple things I thought that were interesting regarding like the glass, the drinkware and shit like that. So, but it's not all of it because that goes on for like an hour or more.
As Exhibit 456.
I do.
And a lot of it is just Lally trying to figure out where to pause it and shit. So stupid. So much time is
the rear of the vehicle.
trial. I know.
Yes.
I know I've probably said it before, and I'll just say it, like, it's really clear. Like, I know that it feels like so much time is wasted watching it, but man, I'll tell you what, like, it's a whole different thing. Like, when you're editing these videos, like when I'm editing these videos, you actually see, like, literally in numbers how much time is wasted with Lally. Like, just I can't even give an example because it's with so many things. But like, for example, just because I was talking about those clips at the bar. But anytime it's insane how much time is wasted of just like him trying to remember a question or like, just lollygagging, it's like they get the exhibit up and then instead of just like asking for the right place, it's like there's like 30 seconds of silence. And then it's like, okay. And then can you go to this timestamp, and it's just, and it's like, oh my God, y'all, and as you guys know, we've done a lot of like different trials. Like I've done a lot of different videos, whether it's the short funny clips or it's like the long videos. I have never, I'm going to just say, like, I have never deleted so much ever. Like, in terms of just even just the downtime of just silence, like, I'm not talking about testimony. I'm talking about just like wasted time where it's like just silence or maybe a sidebar. I'm not going to count breaks because in my mind, I'm thinking about things that happen when it's not on break, right? So like when you actually get down to like the hours worth of a full day of trial, for example, I have never deleted so much in anything that I've done. It's insane. It just shows, like, it's very evident to me that there's more time wasted in this trial than any trial that I've like covered, I guess, where I've made these types of videos. Oh, good. Thank you, Trooper Paul. Thank you. I couldn't remember.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side taillight that you were describing damage.
I think nothing he did makes any sense, really.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to see McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as...
I mean, not to mention him driving her car and trying to demonstrate what her car would have done. That's so sad, right? Because think about, again, every other trial we've seen, they don't do shit like that. Instead, they have data and numbers and exhibits and experty shit, right? That shows all of that. They don't just have somebody with like a theory go out and try to recreate it themselves. Like the closest thing I can think of to that is like Mike Sutton, which was the guy with the 5'2" theory, how he tried to go out and recreate. He had the strings. Remember how they tore him apart, like making fun of him? And it was like, I will be honest, like in my opinion, all of those experts in Murdaugh that the defense brought in, they had some good ones, right? But then they had the two that were jokes. Those were better than this Trooper Paul dude, for sure. Even the dude throwing the phone around, seriously, was better.
As the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
And Sergeant Bukhenik, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention
Wait,
to
which are you talking to me?
Which you observed with this still shot from the CF McCarthy's video.
Are you talking
We
to me?
observe
If so,
the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here, appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray, light, two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And similar to this,
Miss, were you saying I don't understand a word? Like, which word are you talking about?
This still shot here.
I know,
Yes,
right?
it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant.
Here, again, I left this in so you can see the glassware that they have. It's these tall, skinny, and I feel like when he leaves, oh, right, this is CF McCarthy's, right, okay, right, this is CF McCarthy, so, because the glass, I was gonna say we see him leaving with, but that's the Waterfall, but yeah, it's a different type of glass. So, but yeah, you can see the little shot glasses. It's an interesting cocktail glass they have there, though.
Standing in front of them.
Oh,
Here,
okay, gotcha.
I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass
It's a unique glass.
on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
I'm going to add those beer bottles could belong to literally anybody. It's a bar. People leave their empty beer bottles on the counter. That doesn't mean it was theirs. I like the way this bar looks. Like I like the look of it.
You could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just again for orientation
Looks
purposes,
nicer than the Waterfall.
With reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress to this bar, do you observe that somewhere
Egress?
in the
The
video?
fuck?
Yes, at the top of the
I don't know
screen is
why.
the front door to CF McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed, the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
Wait, what did Lon Lumber do with his car recently? I remember the bed thing. Yeah, it's just that you need to, like, it needs to be based on actual shit. You know what I
And if
mean?
you could, just using the laser
And not
pointer
just
to
theory.
direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located
It looks
right
nice,
here.
like a nice atmosphere. And it looks like it wouldn't be too loud because it's kind of small. Like you could actually hear people talking to each other, which is a good thing. Not every bar has that ability.
If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well.
Yeah, I didn't see Friday Night Frenzy.
Next to Mr. Camerano.
Watch it. I was still working on this video. Well, actually, no. Last night I was teaching late, and then I was working. Then I was up late working on a video. So yeah, I haven't watched FNF yet. So look at how they greet each other, though. Like that is like y'all. Let me back that up again. Like this is another one. Again, this was important, so I left it in. So watch how they greet each other when she comes in. Remember, it was supposedly this same morning, right? They had a quote unquote fight about who's their free breakfast.
If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you...
Here, oh, fuck, hold on.
Roberts is there as well. Next to Mr. Camerano.
Here we go. All right, this is the part I was going to show y'all. I mean, they look happy. They look really lovey-dovey.
Just pause very briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area of Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else, do you recognize in that area at this point?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
For anyone who missed it, I did a car experiment too. Right, yeah, people did say they were lovey-dovey at the Waterfall, right, and this is before that. Yeah, they were so cute together. They really were. Very cute together. I know, it's nice to be able to see them interact like this, because you can't see it as well. Like the Waterfall video.
Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
Laura, you know, would say that was a cucumber in her drink. Shout out to Laura, you know. I would say he'll never see this, but having said that, Mark Eiglarsh, right? Oh, that was insane. I feel like I already kind of felt like that was like a dream, but it wasn't a dream. It's insane. For anyone that missed that, let me know if you guys missed that story, because that was wild. And I would be more than happy to tell it again because that was one of the most incredible things like ever happened to me. Like outside of music, definitely.
And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
So Kidsmiths, I do agree with you. However, I will say we have to at least give them credit. At least they are presenting evidence, right? Like, because you know what? Compare this to the murder, quote unquote, or sorry, they're calling it an incident, right? They still don't call it a murder. Anyway, like, yeah, they've presented more evidence about the alcohol, right? Okay, I'll tell the story. So if you guys remember from like, I don't remember how long ago it was, maybe a month, 2-3 months ago, I did a thing. It was, I think around the same time as when I started covering this trial, maybe, but I did a thing called it was like a special thing. It was called Saturday Night Special, Great Opening Statements. Actually, yeah, no, hold on. It was before I started covering this trial, but it was right after the opening statements in this trial. Now I remember because of, right. And that's what inspired me to do it, because Yannetti's opening statement for the defense. So I did Saturday Night Special, Great Opening Statements. And I started out with like, a not so great opening statement, and it was parts of Lally. But the great opening statements was Mark Eiglarsh, who's a defense attorney in Florida. And when I talk about my 4 favorite defense attorneys, he's one of them. It used to just be like him and Ann Taylor, but now it went from 2 to 4 because I had to add in Yannetti and Jackson. And but for me, Mark Eiglarsh was the first time I saw a defense attorney in a trial that was like a life-altering moment for me, because it was the first time I really saw like an incredible defense like that. Like, by incredible, I mean in every way, because he was a one-man show. He didn't have a paralegal. He had no assistant. He was just the one guy. And he, his opening statement was very much, it was kind of similar to Yannetti, but of course this was first. So, you know how with Yannetti, it's like Karen Reed was framed. Mark Eiglarsh is pretty similar, except instead of framed, it's like, my client was thrown under the bus, and he's, in this case, it's thrown under the bus by law enforcement. So this trial was the Scott Peterson, not Scott Peterson as in Lacey Peterson, Scott Peterson in Florida in relation to the Parkland shooting. And part of why I respect him so much and think he's incredible is because he had the hardest job in the entire world. When we talk about defense attorneys defending these clients, right? And people talk about Ann Taylor and how do you defend someone like Brian Kober? Think about from like a PR standpoint and like a public opinion standpoint. If there's all of the publicity and the news and everything, the media regarding this like a school resource, officer, right? So he's a police officer, but he's like at the school, Scott Peterson. Everything that I heard and everybody heard was, he was hiding, right? He hid from the gunshots and he was a coward, blah, blah. Well, you'll learn in the trial that all of that came from the sheriff, who is the guy who threw him under the bus, because the sheriff fucked up left, right, and center. And there's all kinds of, there's so many issues. I'm not going to get into all of it, but like, you can hear some of it in the opening statement. But anyway, it's like the type of case that nobody would want to take, because talk about, people might hate someone if it's like they've been accused, right? Or suspect in a quadruple homicide. I don't know that there's any more hated person than that person, right? A person who hides, and then there's a school shooting and kids die and blah, blah, right? This was one of those cases where, kind of like Karen Reed, but I would say it was really cutting. I mean, there was solid evidence in the Scott Peterson trial, and the solid evidence was like not guilty, and he was found not guilty. He was acquitted of all charges, rightfully so. It was very clear that this really was well, it did a lot of things for me. It showed what it's like when you have a really good defense attorney, but also it showed just how biased the news, there was no accurate reporting. But I will say, to that end, also all the news outlets were getting their report from the sheriff, and the sheriff was the one who was, lying and doing all this shady shit, and supplying them with complete bullshit information. So anyway, so we watched the great opening statements, and it's Mark Eiglarsh. And I would recommend watching it if you haven't watched it, or even if you watched the trial, I would recommend going and watching it. And if you want to go to the timestamps, you can skip past the not so great opening statement of Lally and skip right to, I will put timestamps. You can skip right to where he starts his opening statements. And we go through all that, but, yeah, and I totally agree. Yeah, he had no paralegal. He was just him. The feeling that I got from him, and he was so passionate, it was one man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. It was like him against the world, and he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he had the hardest possible client to defend, and it was just him. And I learned when I spoke with him, he didn't say this at the time, because this is the type of dude he is. He could have said this to try to gain good publicity, and he didn't. He did that pro bono. So that would explain why he didn't hire any help. But yes, I agree, Fender, everyone deserves competent. Absolutely. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot. He's added to my list. Sorry. It's 5. Steele's now on my list. Thank you for reminding me. I need to remember to add him in. Yeah, that was insane. I definitely want to talk about that as well too. We'll have to do another video on that, but yeah. So anyway, Mark, Lawyer, has never had anybody on his show ever, with one exception, and that's Mark Eiglarsh, because I was not the only one who was completely blown away by Mark Eiglarsh. Lawyer, was like, dude, it was awesome. He had such a man crush on Mark, and it is the only time he's invited somebody on his show was Mark Eiglarsh. And I actually had emailed him, and I was like, you got to get Mark on. And he had Mark on his show, and I was I was watching it, and I was beside myself, like, oh my God. And Peter was so smitten. It was so cute. And so anyway, so I did the great opening statements, right? And then this was a few days ago, I got a text message, and it was from a number I didn't know. Well, I didn't recognize the phone number, but my phone, it said Mark Eiglarsh. It was sometimes it'll give the name. It said Mark Eiglarsh. And I was like, what? Mark Eiglarsh? And I was like, is this spam? I thought to myself. And then I was like, but why would someone be spamming me with Mark Eiglarsh's name? And I opened the text, and it was like, did you get my email? And I was like, no. And I went and looked at my email, and he had emailed me. And then it turns out he had actually tried to call me many times, but my phone auto blocked it because it thought it was like a robot or whatever. So, the call doesn't come through. But then because I had my phone unlocked because I was reading the text message and the email, I actually saw the call, and he had actually tried to call me several times. So he emailed me, he texted me, and he called 3 or 4 times. And then I was able to answer it. And I go, hello. And I recognized his voice immediately. And he was like, you play the shit. He was like, I just got to say, you play the hell out of the violin. And I was like, oh my God. And then he started talking about that. He watched my violin videos. He watched my violin. I'm just I was just trying to not faint. And I'm like, well, how is this happening right now? First of all, he watched my violin, but then y'all, he just told the most, oh my God. He was just, it's not hard to find my number. I'm not he could have found it any number of ways. I have a website. I'm sure my phone number's on there. It's not hard. Anyone else find my phone number can. that didn't even occur to me. That's not weird. So, I'm pretty sure that even on my YouTube channel, it probably has links to my website, and my phone number is probably on there. So, or you could have Googled it. I have a Google Businesses account as well for my studio, and I'm sure my phone number is attached to that. There's plenty of ways. It's not hard. So, anyway, but he was he said, man, he was I was just on YouTube for whatever. And then he was and this video came on, and he was he said he almost turned it off because he said he has never been able to go back and watch any footage of that trial. He said, and then I heard your little voice, and so I decided to watch some of it. And he said that he's not been able to ever go back and watch any of that trial because he said it was really traumatic for him because of the pressure he was under and how he felt the weight of the world. And I was like, I totally felt that from you. I was just saying to you guys, right? And he was like, yeah, that was the hardest time. And that was a really dark time in my life because I just really wanted to make sure he was found not guilty. And I wanted to, and he's not been able to go back and watch any of it. And he said, this was the first time he's watched any footage of it. And so we watched the whole thing. And he said he was actually getting emotional. He was like, I'm like tearing up right now just talking to you on the phone about it. He was getting emotional about how much it meant to him, because he was like, you got it. He was like, and it wasn't for the coverage that I did on that video. He was like, I wouldn't have gone back and even watched it. And, you know, I don't know. It was like, so we talked on the phone for like 30 minutes, and he said he thought I was an attorney. This was the big, he said he thought I was an attorney. And then he discovered all my violin videos. He was like, oh, she's a violinist. Oh my God. I never in a million years, like, I just can't, and then he was like, he was like, you've got my number. This is my personal cell phone number. He was like, if you ever need anything, you just let me know. Just give me a call. Like, you've got my number. If you ever need anything. Like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? I just, man, I just like, that, I don't, y'all know. I mean, I don't, and like, if y'all watch, and if y'all watch the great, if you didn't see it and you watch it, you'll see, like, it's like, it would be like getting a call from like Gianetti, or, you know, it's just like, I'm nobody, and this is like a hero defense attorney, not just to me, but even for like lawyer, you know what I mean? And it's like, the fact that he called, like, I just, but you know what? That's the kind of person he is. So like that, like the fact that he would do that doesn't surprise me, because it's clear in the trial, even if you just watch those opening statements in the video, it's clear that he's an incredibly genuine, passionate, humble person. But like, still, the fact that he would call me, you know, is like, what? And the fact that he also watched my violin videos too is like insane to me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure, Fender. So yeah, so I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. It's since that was, you know, I don't even, I'm just like speechless. It would have been like if Bach were still alive, and like if Bach called me, you know. So yeah, I highly do recommend. No, it did. I mean, he said that, like, he said that because he had, like I said, he had not been able to watch any of that trial. And he said it was because of like hearing, and I said this to him on the phone, and I'll say this now, like, I was like, well, it wasn't just me. I was like, you know, a lot of what I'm doing is I'm responding to people's comments, and like in real time, you're seeing people in the chat who, just like me and just like everybody else, just like Mark tells a story about how, you know, initially when Scott came to him with his case, he was like, I'm not taking that, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. And then Scott was like, hear me out. Like, and he did. But like, everybody's going to have, without, it's one of those things. Again, it's like, it's, in my mind, it's like the worst of the worst. It's like, you can't get around that, right? Like, there's going to be an assumed bias there with that, right? And so it's like, watching that video, you can see it in real time as people are watching it that aren't familiar. They're like, you know, I even said to everybody, I'm like, hold off, just set it aside, set the parkland, you know, let's hold off, because this is the whole point, right? And like, you know, and you can see like people that are watching it in the chat and stuff, like, are coming around, like, realizing, holy shit, you know, like, we all, like, just like I did watching it, right? And everybody. So anyway, right. So he really, yeah, he had a lot of gratitude, because he was like, you know, he was like, you get it. And he, you know, and people that were watching got it. And like, that was his whole point. Like, for him, a not guilty wasn't enough, you know, like he was saying on the phone, like, he really wanted Scott to get his name back, and that'll never happen. And I think he carries like, he wanted for Scott to make it like this never happened. And I think he still carries around like a burden of that, even though that's not a realistic or possible expectation. but I get it because he's an overachiever. I get it. I would be the same way where I like still want to like, you know what I mean? So like, I think this helped a little bit for him that people are still talking about it, you know, even though this was like what, a year or 2 years ago or something when the trial happened. And, you know, and there's also the civil case. And I asked him about that. He doesn't do civil work. So he's not representing him for that. But he said that Scott texts him every day and says like, thank you for saving my life. Like, you know, like every day, like, which is appropriate. So yeah, exactly. Like survivor's guilt. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's like of all the cases, like there's no way that people who lived there didn't hear about school shooting, right? You know, homicides. It's possible to not hear about that, but a school shooting, it's that type of case. I wish I should have thought about it and asked him about the jury, like the voir dire process, because it would have been a whole different animal, right? Because it's like you're gonna have to assume that everybody knows about it and everybody's biased. It's like a different situation completely. Yeah, like and I'm sure Scott has survivor's guilt as well. Yeah, I was referring to the attorney though for having guilt that he wanted more than just to get a not guilty. He wanted Scott to get his name back fully, to have his life the way it used to be. And he also wanted to get the sheriff, like, I think arrested or something too. Like things that are just not like, it's an overachiever, right? It's like, and I get it because none of this should have happened to him. So he wanted to put it back the way it was before. You know, I totally get it. But like from a practical standpoint, none of that is possible, you know, unfortunately. Like you would have to be like, everyone in the country heard about that shooting. And most people probably heard something about this cop, you know, about Scott Peterson, you know, and all that. Maybe they didn't hear his name, but they would have heard, you know. And then how many people actually watched the trial? Not very many. So you would have to find a way to get that word out about here's what really happened to everybody in the country. It's just not going to happen. That'd be the only way. So, right. Yeah. That you heard about in India. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Scott. Yeah. Like I said, Scott texts him every day and like says, thank you for giving me my life back. So, he was facing up to 97 years in prison too, if he was found convicted on all charges. So, okay, let's get back to the video because we're almost done with direct, guys. For any of you guys who heard the story the first time around, I'm sorry you had to hear it the second time, but appreciate y'all for not hearing it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, for sure. It's nice stuff.
Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is an interesting thing. I'm curious what you guys think about this. So she's getting drinks in a shot glass. This happens a couple times. She gets a shot and then pours it into her existing glass. So what I'm wondering is this. I'm wondering if somebody else at the bar is buying shots, like maybe Mr. Camarano or somebody is buying shots, but because she doesn't want to take it as a shot, you know what I mean? Like, but she's accepting it because she's great. She pours it into her drink. I don't know. So Fender, it's not on a playlist. If you just go to like my live, like it's a live stream. So you would have to go to like, just go to like live streams. You know how it has like my patent, they're in chronological order. And there's a lot of Karen Reed. So you'll have to scroll down, but it has here. Let me see. I'll try to see if I can put it in the Discord. It has a very eye-catching thumbnail, if I recall. Let me see if I can put it in the Discord. So for anyone who missed that and wants to see it, hold on, I was scrolling and I think I just saw it. Where did it go? It was after Murdaugh. There it is. Okay. Yes. Let me put it in the Discord while I'm thinking about it. So sorry, guys. I'm putting it in the Discord. Okay. All right, y'all. Should be in there now. Okay. So what was I saying? Panini. What? Wait, wasn't panini a word for something else again? I can't remember. Oh yeah, we were talking about the shots. Right. So right. The other thing is like too, aren't the shots Tito's? Well, we'll get to the bar tabs in a second, but again, if someone else is buying the shots, they wouldn't be on there. But like if someone's ordering around shots, it's usually around, they all order like the same thing for everybody. And you wouldn't like pour that into a drink of something that's a different liquor. Right. Okay, thank you. Now I will say also, now the laws vary by state, but from what I've heard, Massachusetts actually has like really strict laws in terms of like drinking and shit. But at least in North Carolina, the only way that you can have two drinks at once is if it's a beer and a shot. So you cannot have a wine and a glass of wine and a cocktail, or a glass of wine and a shot, or a glass of wine and a beer, or whatever. Only way you can have two drinks at once is if it's a beer and a shot, which most people don't even know that. So if she still had like a full cocktail or whatever, that bartender would be risking huge problems if they were also giving her a shot. So in my mind, her drink must be close to gone for them to give her that shot. Just to throw that out there. So, right. But again, you can't do that because it's measured, right? Like the ounces of liquor are measured they're usually the same between a drink and a mixed drink and a shot. The exceptions would be martinis, which have like usually a little bit more ounces of actual liquor to them. I think it's 1.5 ounces is the standard for a shot or for a mixed drink. And then martinis can be like 2 or something. Now, having said that, you can order a double, but it's different because they've prepared it that way. But that makes sense, right? Because if you ordered a double, like let's say someone ordered a double and then they ordered a shot and poured it into the drink. Well, now it's a triple, right? So the point is like the bartender needs to be able to keep track, not just for like the cost, right? But like for how much you're drinking. So if you order a double in one drink, that's fine, right? But like you couldn't also order a shot and put that in a drink. I mean, you could, but you are risking problems. So.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received.
All right, for anyone who's confused about that part, initially that makes it sound like, I'm like, what is she doing? The way he describes that is weird. I had to listen to it a couple times and I was like, oh my God, she's pre-bussing. It gets confusing because of the fact that she's pouring the shot into the drink. So then when he adds that part to the end of it, it's like, wait, what? it's not like she's having a million drinks at once. Like, she poured a shot into her drink, right? And then what she's doing is she's pre-bussing. So it's like, it makes me wonder if she's actually has experience working in a restaurant. Because if you've ever worked in a restaurant, it's like a thing, or a bar, say, it's like a thing where, like, from what I have experienced personally and everybody I know, for the rest of your life, if you ever go to a bar or a restaurant, you're going to pre-bus. It's automatic. And that means it's like you go ahead and you stack things up for the servers so it's easier for them when they come to collect them. It's automatic without even thinking. Like, what she's doing with stacking those glasses is pre-bussing. But I don't think Yuriy's ever worked in a restaurant. He clearly doesn't know what that is. Yeah, you can barely see what she's doing. I'm going off of his description, but his description is pre-bussing. But here, I'll back that up a second. Oh, there you can see it. Yeah, you can see it there. Did you guys see it? Here, let me back it up one more time. Yeah, you can see it. And actually, he hands, and then
That's
John,
about 9:20 p.m.
and then actually John O'Keefe, I believe, takes it from her and hands it over to the bartender. They're helping out the bartender, you guys. That's what they're doing.
Correct?
That's correct.
So cool. I love that. So yeah, so here, let's watch again. Yep. Or actually, I guess it's Mr. Camerano takes it. Yeah. Yeah, the good patrons. Absolutely. That is fascinating, Kit Smiths. That is fascinating.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously
Again,
received
like,
and consumed.
Like pre-bus.
Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Fancy cuffs.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for $52.80 was opened under the bar tab Karen A. Reed.
Like, I have to just say that, like, $52.80 is insane. I have to just say, I was so disappointed to hear that she was drinking Tito's. Like, I have thoughts about that. Let me know if you want to hear them.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for $52.80, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to
It was under her
the
name and
items
paid for
listed
it.
within that
You play both their
receipt,
drink,
what, if any,
right?
items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So he's drinking Coors Light. He's reading.
So Sergeant
So
Mechanic,
that was objected to because he's reading it into the record. So it's hearsay.
on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both.
Yeah. So let's listen to that again. I think what it is is he's trying to make it seem like she had her own bill of 5280. It was one from what we'll back it up. I think what it sounds like is there was only one bill. And she opened the tab in her name. You know, like if you go to a bar and you open a tab and whoever opens it, it's their name, but then whoever can pay for it. Like, I think she opened the tab, put it in her name, and then he paid for it. Like, and that's what happened. And it was for both of their drinks. But let's listen again, just to be sure.
Reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
On the Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's,
I didn't go
$10.
that far enough.
1 Tito, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card being a MasterCard for...
This is misleading. That's misleading. That's misleading as fuck, Lally. He said, was there also, as if it's a separate one. No. Now, if you pay attention to Yuriy's languaging, he says the tab is for Karen A. Reed. And then when he's answering Lally's sneaky ass question, he says the transaction. Let's listen again. He says the transaction was for a MasterCard. Listen to it again. This is sorry, it's fucked up, man. Lally.
Significance do you...
Who lows?
Do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card being a MasterCard for 5280
Yeah. So that was all of their drinks combined.
was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items
Now that makes sense though if it's for both of their drinks and they're at a bar, right?
listed within that particular receipt,
expensive.
what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
On the Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10. 1 Tito's, $10. 1 Coors Light, $5.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so, Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts,
Y'all, so what's interesting is it was objected to because it's hearsay. However, there should be an exception for this. Do you guys know what that exception is? Little quiz time. Do y'all know what the exception is for this and why that matters? And while you're thinking about that, Kit Smith, so what is your thing if you were out at a bar, if you were at C.F. McCarthy's, what would you be drinking? Assuming they had your drink of choice or whatever. Whether it's a mixed, I don't know if they have wine, but let's say they have wine, or let's just say, or like for a mixed drink. The question is, so this was objected to, I'm sure it was because of hearsay, but there should have been an exception. And what would that exception have been? And what's the significance of it? Correct, Kit Smith's business records. Well done. 1,000,000 points to Kit Smith's business records. Yep. There would have been a business records exception. So the fact that there wasn't means something to me, like they didn't actually verify where those receipts came from, or it wasn't provided from, it wasn't like, there's something about that can't be authenticated. Otherwise, it would have a business records exception. Now, having said that, also, even if it is allowed because of that, it does also have to pass the relevancy test. And perhaps the part about John O'Keefe's actual transaction, maybe wouldn't pass the relevancy test, whereas the actual drinks did. I don't know. But A gin and tonic or a Manhattan. Okay. Would you have a favorite gin? Do you have a favorite bourbon? I've literally never had a martini. Isn't that wild? Business records is an exception to hearsay. When you say it's the foundation, you mean the foundation for what? It is business records. Well, okay. Business records there's probably more than one thing that it is, but it is in what we're talking. It is an exception to hearsay. It is literally listed. I've got the freaking federal rules of criminal procedure here in my house. I can actually pull it. Well, you guys wouldn't be able to see it, but yeah, I think I have the hearsay thing bookmarked. So, oh, how interesting. Local. Wow. Do you drink gin or vodka? I guess you probably drink gin martinis then, huh? Because I know there's also vodka martinis. Right. There can be hearsay within hearsay. Yes. And well, especially if they're not verified. Like business records doesn't automatically mean it comes in. It just means there could be an exception. I know we talk about this a lot too. Like, would that be heard? Okay, I think I see what y'all are saying. So, but that's exactly what I was saying too, which is like what I was saying is like business records would be the exception, but the fact that they're not getting in with that means that there's another level it didn't pass. So it could be that there was, in this case, I don't think it's hearsay within hearsay because it's just the receipt, right? I think that the other test would have been relevance. It would have been probably relevance because it was John O'Keefe's MasterCard statement, or it could have been that it wasn't authenticated, right? Like from MasterCard itself, say, or whatever. But yeah. Like, in other words, just because it's a business record doesn't mean it comes in. It just means that's an exception, but then it has to pass the other tests. Oh, well, yeah, but like they weren't business records anyway. Oh my God, Elaine, what a mess. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, no, she didn't. I don't think there were actually any business records, if I recall, from that entire, she kept saying that, but like, I don't think anything.
Receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt. There was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved.
That's another good point because yeah, he's not supposed to be reading it into the record either. What they should have done is submitted it, like entered it in as like at least as an exhibit, right? Like an exhibit, even if it's not like admitted as evidence, like they could still like mark it as like an exhibit, right? And put it on the screen, and they could like they could redact like the account numbers or whatever, and that way he wouldn't be reading it in. But yeah, that's another good point. Business, exactly. Oh my God. What a mess.
Transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second Stillman.
Yeah, I wonder, are they just thinking the jury is stupid again? Probably.
Again,
like, are they just like, is the reason that they went through all of that just to say glass a million times? Y'all think about, hear me out, with all, because we didn't even watch all that, as y'all know, from the C.F. McCarthy's. But showing that and then this, when the jury's seen this a million times, that's why I like, it dawned on me when I said, why have we've watched this a gazillion times? I'm like, huh. Maybe the point was to play them back to back because during that really long ass video that we didn't watch all of from C.F. McCarthy's, He asks Yuriy Bukhenik questions that elicit testimony from him where he says the word glass a lot of times. Shot glass, cocktail glass, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I wonder if now that's the point of playing this again, is to say the word glass again, as if the jury is just going to hear the word glass and be like, oh, glass, right. Okay, now it all makes sense. You guys see what I mean? Like, that's so sad if that's the case, though.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding.
We all know. Lally.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass
I did not
as he's walking out of the establishment.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the exterior, just,
I think it really does seem like he's just trying to get him to say the word glass a lot of times, right? Like back to back.
And again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now.
Yeah, I agree, Kits. 100%. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And,
No, it was.
It
Was a stalling tactic, and also the defense wanted them to have to go through the chain of custody for everything, in like hopes to bore the jury. But you know what? I will say, what was great is we got to see that, and I'll tell you what, I would not appreciate, for example, in this trial, I would not appreciate the significance and the relevance and the importance of the whole chain of custody situation that's effed up here. Like, people would be saying it's effed up, and I'd be like, yeah, it's effed up. But like, I wouldn't appreciate it in the same way were it not for having actually seen, as painstaking as it was, having seen it all one by one by one in Murdaugh and seeing how it worked, because that chain of custody was flawless. And actually, I've heard everyone on LawTube, whenever chain of custody comes up here, I've heard all of them, and as y'all know, I love it, right? Whenever anybody references Murdaugh, I've heard everybody say, think about Murdaugh, right? And here's a great example of chain of custody, because it is the trial where you can really see that, because they didn't stipulate. And of course, it backfired for the defense, and it's to our benefit. While it was really painstaking at the time, there's not that many trials where you get to see the entire fucking thing. They spent the first couple weeks, I think maybe on that, and it was arduous and long, but you got to see all of it, and it was flawless. If anything, it really, I think, backfired for the defense. Yeah, right. I know all the shit about the basketball. I can't, y'all. Right. Yes, absolutely. It's really crazy, right? In hindsight, when you think about how, like, the nitpicking that was done at SLED, it's like you compare it, even when it comes to like potential conflicts of interest and shit. None of the people must be eating their words. Anybody that said that shit about Murdaugh, because it's like, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, all of that was honestly work that was done by the defense, trying to poke holes that at least got the thought into people's minds, but it didn't last very long, But yeah.
As a point of direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
I mean, if the conflict of interest was on behalf of...
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
We've seen this. The only thing I can think of is the point is to stay.
Now, sir, with reference to the Waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that?
In this one sentence, this one question we got in reference to, in regards to, and what, if any? At least once for all three of those. It might have been more than once, but I heard all three things. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of interesting things that come out. Like, what was it I was saying about, it was one of the lives. I don't think we've done it in the recap yet, but like, oh yeah, when it gets to Trooper Proctor, and we talked about this when I was doing it live, when it gets to Trooper Proctor and how they tried to influence the medical examiner, that for me is when it changed. Like, now it's changed for me. And luckily she didn't sway from her determination, right? As we learned from Trooper Proctor, but him and his buddies are joking about it, and they're like trying to convince, influence her and loom over her shoulder and whatnot, right? To be present when she's there. Like that is a whole different animal, because the medical examiner is working directly with the DAs. Like now that's like the medical examiner is like a bridge between law enforcement and the DA's office, if you will, in terms of like whatever it is that law enforcement is thinking happened and whatever the DA's office is going to charge. The thing that has to happen first is you need a ruling from the medical examiner, right? So it's like, I don't know, man. That really changed things for me, because I was like, that speaks to, and it sounds, and the way they talk about it, it's like they've done it before a bunch of times. I don't know. We'll cover it when we get there.
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occur there?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it.
Yeah, and why is there not video of her walking in and pulling the glass out of her coat? I mean, there's all this. They only have video of these specific moments. It's really crazy. This whole thing is crazy.
Pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical
I don't know why
glass that you observed her walking out of CF McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video of the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of CF McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that then.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home?
I don't blame her. All right, cool. So we are almost done with direct. I know I keep saying that, but there's a little bit more.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Luckily, we're getting to the interview, right?
Good morning, sir.
Talk about this.
Good morning, sir.
And then we're on across.
Circle back just to a couple things that from
Lally.
your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both CF McCarthy's and the Waterfall. In total, from those two videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at CF McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the Waterfall.
The only thing is, I believe, if memory serves, the Colakithises also saw her do that. Now, I don't know about both of them, but I believe the girl, I can't remember her first name, Karina, saw her do that. And so I would say she's credible, but I totally see what you're saying. And I could also be wrong about that. So it would be worth going back, because that whole thing seemed completely implausible to me also. For so many reasons. Like CF McCarthy's, well, also having seen all that footage, like it's a small bar and like they're right in front of the bartenders. Like, and we saw her leave, right? Wait, hold on. We saw her leave. Interesting. Because we were watching them leave, and then Yuriy actually, because he asked Yuriy what's happening, he's like, they're leaving. That would have been the opportunity for them to point out, oh, and she's taking a glass and putting it in her coat. But they didn't say that, and I didn't see that, and I completely forgot about it. Interesting. Did y'all? But like, my point was like, the door is right there by the bar. Like, having seen it now that we've seen the footage, I can't fathom how she would have been able to put a glass in her coat without the bartenders noticing. There's no way they could have, they would lose their licenses and be fined so much money. There's no way they would let her do that. You cannot, it's not about, like, people think it might be about stealing the glass. It's not about stealing the glass. That's not the problem. You cannot take a drink out of an establishment like that. They would be in so much legal trouble. The establishment would, and the bartender, and Karen. So it's illegal. So, and then same thing when she comes into the waterfall. If they saw her pull that glass out, big trouble. Now, looking at the footage, I could see her pulling it out and then not being seen right away at Waterfall more than I could at Steve McCarthy's. However, the issue would be they would have recognized it wasn't their glass, right? They would have noticed that was, if she pulled that out and started drinking, that wasn't a glass that they have. Like they would have noticed that. And then what happened to that glass? Because John leaves with a shorter glass, right? As we know, what happened? So what? None of this makes any sense. Like, what happened to the C.F. McCarthy's glass then? Right, I know that's so. I know for a fact all the, like the McCabe's and the Alberts saw it, right? I think Karina Kolakithis also saw it, and maybe her husband. I don't remember it like specifically. I just feel like if they hadn't seen it and said something, I would never have believed any of it in the first place. So I don't know. It might be something that you could Google in like when they do like the synopsis of the day's testimony, because I'm curious about that as well, just to verify. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, did she leave? I'm wondering, did she leave the waterfall with that glass? And then, of course, we know that everybody was taking, what do they call it, road sodas with them.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring video from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
I wonder if it's because they know that
videos
they're
that
law
you
enforcement
observed,
or law
let
enforcement
me ask you first,
and so they like turn a blind eye.
do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that Ring surveillance video is triggered to be recorded through motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring.
Right. They could be objecting the hell out of this. First of all, he says, my understanding. Okay, no, like, first of all, he's wrong. Everybody I know has a Ring. I don't have one. Everybody has one. It has settings. You can choose. You can have it run all the time, or you can have it only run at night, or you can have it motion detected, and then you can set the sensitivity. So first of all, he's wrong. Second of all, he clearly doesn't actually know the answer. And third of all, they should be hearing this from someone who is a Ring, works for Ring, does Ring stuff, right? This is so bad. It's so bad.
And motion is the...
Is he saying this because he's trying to bolster their shitty cameras at the Lally port and try to make that more legitimate? Like, oh, well, the Ring camera is also motion activated.
Detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things?
I agree. I agree. Especially with the yard fuckery and all that.
Activity in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individual.
He can't be testifying to this. And I also know for a fact, again, people who have their Ring cameras that are motion activated, that are set to the high sensitivity, a gust of wind will trigger it. He's just wrong, and he also does not have the knowledge or basis to be testifying about this.
Moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
Exactly. Instead of calling the real people, I've said it before. I'll say it again. You heard it here first during Brian Higgins' testimony. It was during Brian Higgins. We were covering him live of the trial. When I thought to myself, and I said it out loud, I probably timestamped it. The Commonwealth does not intend to call the medical examiner, and I've said it ever since. I stand by that. I think they don't intend. I think they're going to have to get railroaded into it, just like with Trooper Proctor. But you're exactly right, kids. Instead of calling in experts for the different things, they're just trying to get the testimony in through the law enforcement who don't actually have the background, training, or expertise to be testifying to any of this. And in his case here, completely flat out wrong.
Applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any,
I don't know, kids minutes. I don't think they're going to.
activity
I
based
don't.
on information that you had
They would've-
received was
I
not
don't think they're going to.
available
That's
or was
just my-
not shown
that's my-
on those Ring videos?
That's what I think. That's
The
my-
data returned had video that would have been captured
The defense
from
call.
the
defense call.
defendant
Yeah.
arriving
No,
home
100%.
after.
The defense will call, mark my words, the defense will call the ME and the Commonwealth won't, unless somehow they get backed into a corner, just like with Trooper Proctor. It was the same thing, right? With this game of chicken where they were backed into calling Trooper Proctor and they're kind of, from what we hear, weren't going to call him and then they changed their minds. I honestly think, though, that the defense is actually not trying to pressure them into calling the ME for good reason, right? Because the defense would have called Trooper Proctor if they had to, but it would have been ideal for the Commonwealth to call him and then they could cross him. I think in this case, because the ME is going to be a witness that's favorable to the defense, they're not pushing as hard in that direction. I think they're kind of hoping the Commonwealth doesn't, because I mean, this is what I totally foresee this happening, and then it's going to look terrible for the Commonwealth when the defense calls the ME. But I'm sure the defense is going to. I have no doubt about that at all.
Midnight on the 29th,
Yeah.
after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present
Now,
in the data that was.
What I don't know that they can actually point out how weird that is. I think the jury's going to have to just figure that out. I don't think they can point that out. I think about this a lot with this trial. There's stuff that we know is really weird, and I'm like, but does the jury know this is weird? Same thing like with Trooper Proctor. It's like, I wonder if the jury would actually not have known that they're supposed to hear from him. I was thinking about this with the ME just today earlier, like how I was like, what if the jury doesn't know that they're supposed to hear from the ME, you know? And I don't think that now, maybe in closing argument, maybe it'll be interesting. We've never had to go down this avenue before because it's never happened. But I don't think they can. I don't think they can blatantly say that. You know what I mean? It's an interesting predicament here.
Return from Ring. There was.
Now,
What
they
if any
might.
other-
Now, what the way they could do it is they could ask the medical examiner. So, how many times have you been called by the defense instead of the prosecution? That might be how they could do it.
The video, in addition to that one, was not present.
Maybe
There was also video missing from
that might get objected to, and
the defendant showing Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
And what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion, or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that
Sustain.
Let me ask just first, was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
I'm going to speculate on this as
If
well.
I could turn your attention over to...
I think there were some pretrial motions regarding this Ring shit that I don't know about because, again, as y'all know, didn't follow anything beforehand. And maybe I'll go back and take a look after the trial. But I think there was some litigation regarding this beforehand because it's funny. There's certain things about this that can come in and certain things that can't. So I don't know if it's a motion in limine or something along those lines, but it's interesting because it seems like there's certain areas of it they just can't go into, like either side. I mean,
your time in Dayton, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive, or what, if anything, did you request? What, if anything, did you receive from the Dayton police in regard to
Lally?
January 29th,
You did-
2022?
put it together, but
I communicated with the Dayton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And did you, what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes.
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
It was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to
The snow
do
was
another
melting
search
naturally.
for articles that were
As in, you didn't take a blow dryer to it and melt it that way.
now we realized and learned were missing and could be of
Nah, I'm sorry.
evidentiary value and aid in the in the investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening
Blowers?
items that would help them
Gardening
to
items. I'm sorry.
dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
Lally?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt,
You already said
and it
that.
was significantly warmer compared to
Cumulative.
the 18 degrees
It's fun to be objecting to cumulative. Like,
the night of the incident.
Just saying.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items of Mr. O'Keefe were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street at Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
And they offered to go back, remember? They offered to go back. I think that actually came out in direct examination, weirdly enough. They offered to go back, and they were like, nah, we don't need you guys. Right. I know. It's not, the jury's not going to buy it.
No, grass that's visible on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that from a natural melting process, or is that from some of the tools that you and the other troopers brought?
A natural melting process. Again, Lally, okay, first of all, we already answered this, and I'll make the same joke again. Lally asked the same stupid question again. A natural melting process versus like what? Taking a flame to a torch, a hairdryer?
You and your secondary.
What the fuck?
The reason that grass is exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location, and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow had not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
The
Now,
grass
as
is
far
not
as
visible
the
itself.
photographs of various items that were located on this date of February 3rd, the photographs that were taken, were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
Oh my God, Lally.
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow,
Over and over again.
no longer concealing those items underneath.
I don't know how else to answer the same question.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a clear black and red piece of plastic.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A red piece of plastic.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to
Again, I
be?
cut a lot of
It's
this out.
the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Ferry Road.
Relevant ones.
Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Just to see some
It's
of
a
it.
close-up view of the same straw.
For the record, this is
No.
now Exhibit 494.
Again, it's like this is just shit in the road. Any of this shit could have come from anywhere, right? Like it's insane to me. Like that could be anybody's straw. And I don't remember. Do you guys remember? Did they test it for DNA? Why do I feel like they probably didn't? I mean, it's just like, and if it is Karen's straw, that doesn't prove she killed anybody. I can't.
Sergeant, what are we looking at in 494?
It's the same item from
Reasonable
just
doubt.
prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail of the black molding, the clear white clear plastic, and red plastic.
Again, for the record, this
The
is
reasonable
Exhibit
doubt
508. And again, Sergeant, if you
makes
could,
my
using the laser pointer,
life
direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you
No
found
bad.
in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Direct your attention to the screen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Sergeant, if you could.
Like that thing, that round malleable. I don't even know what the Commonwealth wants us to think that is. Do you guys? I have no fucking clue what that is supposed to be from. The best I can figure is that it looks like those plastic to-go containers, like the kind. Not all restaurants have them, but if you get curry, I don't know. There's the Thai places I've been to. Like if you get curry, then they give you that. But it's like a reusable type of plastic to-go container that you can actually put it in the dishwasher and shit. It looks like the bottom of that. I can't think of anything else that would look like. And I don't know what the Commonwealth wants to even think it is. Yeah, like exactly. Again, just like with the straw, it's like these are just things in the road. Like even apart from anything, if something was planted or whatever, like there's some of this shit, like the glass, the straw, that plastic thing, it could just be shit in the road from anybody, you know? And they just collected it and they're like, assume it's part of this. It's so insane. Happy to see you also, Random Girl. Happy you're here.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022.
Hang in there, guys.
Uh,
I'm talking to myself.
As the shovel
We're almost
works its
done.
way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
Sure.
It does.
And that, again, is several days after the blizzard of January
The
29th.
one thing
correct?
Lally can
That is
fucking
correct.
do is freaking snow.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Excellent. Wonderful. Oh my God, you guys.
Sergeant, on February 3rd,
Getting to
2022,
the
is
interview.
that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Getting there.
Yes, it is.
So close.
And with respect,
And that ends correct.
if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th.
Please.
Did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on
All
that?
right, here we go. Maybe.
Yes,
No.
I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on
Oh my
the
God.
3rd,
Debating. What is, does it
I
mean
directed
he's
the
gonna
troopers in my
go?
office,
What
who
happened?
obviously reside in the communities around us,
I know,
to
right, Fender?
make a point to travel
I know.
by that
It's so
location
stupid. I agree.
every day on the way to
Like,
work
no.
and every day on
I
the way
know. I know. It's just like who if anybody's driving the ambulance. Same thing. Same.
home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as
he's not a
the
real human. He's
snow
not a
naturally
vehicle.
melts away and items could present themselves. So
Oh my God.
on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was Canton police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come
All those?
collect those items. I was down the street. I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Lally.
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence
I mean, at this
from
point,
fingerprints to DNA.
How can he even be saying this with a straight face, knowing about, like, he knows about the solo cups. He knows, like, how?
Onto those items.
How can you be saying
Then those
that?
items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the
Though.
evidence lockers at the office.
The evidence is a joke.
In each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
Each one of
And
these is another.
what, if anything,
addition, finds more
did you
evidence.
observe, or what, if anything, did you
Insane.
seize on that particular day?
We seized more
one
shards
thing I will
of glass
say-
and plastic.
The one thing I will say is, like, this is so fucking painful and arduous, and it's like, oh my God, Lally. However, here's what I will say. The fact that he just asks the same question over and over again, and you feel like you're like, wait, didn't I just hear this question? Didn't I just hear this question? Is this Groundhog Day, like the movie Groundhog Day? What that will do is it really hammers the point home. Like, this is me saying, like, on the bright side, it hammers the point home just how many times he kept going back there and every time finding something new. Like, as I'm like, oh my God, this is so arduous. I'm like, wait, but each time he repeats this is another instance of this. It was fishy the first time, it's fishy the second time, and now it's subsequent times again and again and again. So there's that. I mean, I can't answer that question. I don't think the Commonwealth can answer that question. They don't have a theory. It's all just a complete fucking mess, in my opinion.
And
That's what I can say.
if you know or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but the exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Remember refreshed as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as
Bleeding. So it's
your
really
direction or
insane.
having...
When you really hear it all laid out like this, it's really insane. It's like all of these separate days. It was bad enough just the days, how many days he went back. It's like, oh, just new things revealed themselves. But then all these other days, it is bizarre.
Well, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th,
It's just, you know,
were you alone on those dates or were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item.
weren't they supposed to
On
be
the other
with you?
days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, First Sergeant, with regard to the items,
That was another example of a question.
as far as plastic
Who bait them into calling Trooper Proctor because that was who they were referring to. And yeah.
and/or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items. And Sergeant, with respect to each of those bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there before you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a stirring straw, a broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Thank you, sir. You can place that back in the bag. And Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between the hat that you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road and the hat Mr. O'Keefe is wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2022. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Moving on from that, if I could bring you back just one last time to the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that
Lally.
there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts.
We have said nice things, but you're welcome to add to them, Random Girl, because this is his second day on the stand. we're nearing the end of direct. So yes,
Looking
I
at-
complimented his tie from the day before, but I like this tie as well. Also, I had pointed out, and I think he has them as well today, the fancy like not cufflinks, but the shirt cuffy things that are fancy over the jacket.
The passenger side tail light area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the
Right.
defendant, Ms. McCabe,
Yeah,
and Ms.
I know,
Roberts
right?
actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Now, as far as the videos that were not there, as far as the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbush, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if any, one from your office was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
That's a comfort.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebrate extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John O'Keefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Yeah, the
Strike
objection
that
is
vote.
speculation.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that date?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
Now, with reference to, I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted.
We conduct interviews always at pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview
Yeah, that shouldn't be like long enough.
with a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Here we
Yes,
go.
it was.
Finally, here we go. All right.
So you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized.
Thank you.
All right. So, what are y'all's thoughts here? So, first thing I will say is that I think it was Runkle that said something like he thinks maybe Lally did not hear the first part of that. He could be entirely right. I think it's also possible that Lally heard it, but the defense fought to keep that in for completeness, if indeed that was the only portion that was recorded. When we heard this live, I know I said this, I'll say it again. It doesn't make any sense to me that they had this whole interview with her that had to be at least 45 minutes long, and all of a sudden that was the only part that was recorded. Like they knew she was going to say that, so they turned on their recording device literally right at that moment and then turned it off. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They can't predict the future. It's not like she said it and then they're like, oh, repeat it. Like none of that makes any fucking sense, right? So I don't know. But what's interesting to me is this is like an anti-confession. It's not a confession. It's an anti-confession. Let's listen again and look at the words. It's the opposite. And if anything, it's pointing out that from the very beginning, her words indicate that somebody else was involved, and their job is to investigate that.
Every
right?
detail of that
That's their job.
experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a
Just
minimum.
like how other people maybe said that she was implicated, right? When other people said that Karen said she hit him, or Karen said this and that, the other thing. Karen is saying something else. Their job is to investigate that.
To conduct a full interview with a witness in detail.
Great.
Now,
Yeah,
sir, if I
right,
could
I know.
turn your
Right?
attention to
Great point, random
June
girl.
9th of 2022.
Great point.
On that date, at some point, did you have occasion
I think
to...
it's better than that. I think it's she's saying this thinking that they're going to actually handle, like she says this because she thinks they're going to do the right thing. Like she's saying this because she
meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
So you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right?
So you're aware that he was beaten up by Brian and Albert. Right there, their job is to investigate that. Okay. Second of all, I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? It's like she's about to say the next thing she's saying is under the context of we're all in on the same joke, as if they're going to understand, like they think it's a joke too, right? Like you guys aren't serious, right? Like it's an anti-confession. It's like
My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized.
and then she's saying that because that makes no sense. Just like how we are saying it now, she's saying it then. The joke is that it's impossible for a taillight to just be cracked and then a human to be destroyed. Because as we've talked about plenty of times, which thing's going to give way to what? You know what I mean? Like we've talked about this a whole lot. It does not take much to crack a taillight. I mean, That's a good point. She could be saying it in case yeah. Right. They call it a weird Fall River accent. You know, I don't know. They all sound the same to me, like that area, but I'm sure they can understand things like that, pick up on those. So yeah, I mean, potentially, but like, regardless, she's saying this. Regardless, it's an anti-confession. It's the opposite, because she's saying who she thinks is involved and then making a joke that they would think she's involved. It's like, because it's like in her mind, she's like, it's so obvious, right?
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, upon hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
Upon hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's taillight?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally. That's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Bukhenik, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with the video recordings for all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. Sergeant Bukhenik.
Sergeant Bukhenik.
How do I say it?
Bukhenik.
I'll give that
Can't.
a shot.
It's fine.
Bukhenik?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
If I screw it up again.
Baka, Waterfall. That's funny.
On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was, in fact, a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know the...
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or civilians associated with this incident, correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
Okay. What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is from the medical examiner's office.
You contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
Okay. What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is from the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuriy Bukhenik called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was asking you if you ever sent it to Good Sam, and you said, no, that's not true, that's never happened, you were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at Good Sam.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41
I
a.m.
can't stand that shit with Judge Bev because see now it's like it undermines the defense attorney because he answered her and he answered her in like this puppy dog voice, like, yes, Your Honor. Like, I'll answer it if you ask me, but not if he asks me. I find it so fucking repulsive, you guys. I don't even have like words for that. It's horrifying. So yeah.
Indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility, you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours?
That's correct.
Or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
Huh.
That's a cop-out question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
I think a lot of people
Well,
thought
I'll
that was
ask the
cop
question.
out.
If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
Okay. You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not, no.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags.
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Was that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so
Here we go.
they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching
Good
guard
night,
over them.
Who had
Thunder.
access to that?
Or good afternoon. LOL. We might still
Troopers
be
in
here.
our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case
Yeah.
officer, sort of in charge, the lead,
Yeah, I
He
also
would have
thought
bagged
it
those
was
items up,
and
been
I was like,
responsible for
and
taking
then I
those
got
items, tagging them, getting them
Which
stored
also-
wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
The interesting thing about him saying compound, it's funny because Lally doesn't object to it, which he should have because it was compound. So this shows a little bit. This shows two things. First of all, this witness has testified a lot before, right? I think it's interesting that he goes, "That's a compound question." I mean, he's right, and it shows that he's smart and he's testified before. But what it also shows is essentially like that he's smarter than Lally, right? Like Lally didn't object, yet the witness did. And Lally just completely missed the fact that that was a compound question. So
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, this is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second, but just for familiarity's sake, do you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about gloving up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that, 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437, okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting processing, yes.
But you didn't personally do that?
No, I did not, no.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as Exhibit 430, help me? 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I'm guessing, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but
Does it look like his writing?
it says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right. It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129.
Right.
At 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
I'm sorry, can you be specific as to description of what, or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says one orange t-shirt, one gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less wrinkled?
Number 437?
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange t-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged them. Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up. I'm
sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number Exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right, and that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, who's Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
Crazy.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about a physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I could write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody
Yep.
in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes,
Or at least it should be, correct?
it's documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant?
I do not know.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But, Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Else took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items. no.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. As it relates to those two searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, a Sergeant Lank?
I do not know Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of plastic
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of...
Was what I was just pointing out from when it was on direct and he made that little slip up and he was like explaining why they moved the car to the other Lally port. And he was like, he gave two reasons in his first. He's like, well, first of all, Canton PD had recused themselves and then he kind of tried to walk it back a little bit. But yeah, again, it's just like going back and forth in terms of what they were recused from and what that means and all that, you know?
An investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches? They could do all that but not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found? That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
Yeah.
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
I hope we hear from Berkowitz. I mean, we have to.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you say?
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believed at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to
Like
the
all the trash
investigation,
in the
right?
road.
You treat it as important.
It is a point, yes.
So my question was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
They don't measure.
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we can do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. It's the
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Is that yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to
correct.
the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow, adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object? Like, for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question. Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you recover these items, or any
Let
other
them have
items,
it,
it's obviously important to memorialize
I know.
on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer
With
that.
the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for us.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just a portion.
That's what she said.
Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has...
I know, right?
The information on it has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you, is it?
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So, are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never booked into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
So insane.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on the back, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint for the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime line, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items for those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Miss Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Miss Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. Okay. Okay, can you just play that for a quick
The
second?
mileage thing was also terrible.
Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed, and when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Okay, go ahead and enlarge the rear area of the Traverse. And I'm going to ask you to pay special attention to that wheel and any movement.
Looking too at the little mound of snow under the
You may or
wheel.
may not see. Okay, pause it. Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Sergeant, were you able to see
That's
that
enough,
video?
y'all. I've
I know it's
broken, like,
not
every
the
arm.
clearest thing in the world.
many
Were you
more
able
than
to see
one
that
tail.
video
Like, that's
okay?
enough.
Yes,
100%.
I
What did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel
No.
of the Traverse?
Crazy.
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that
It's the snow falling as if that makes a difference. Come on. That's just not. If I were on that jury, I'd be like, okay, everything he says is out the fucking window. Like, really? You're going to act like it's because of the snow falling? Which is a vertical motion and the wheel is horizontal?
there
gotta
is
say.
movement, but the video speaks for itself.
What would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Yeah, and
Objection.
random girl, I know you were joining us later. I will be covering, as far as Trooper Paul goes, of course, we'll be doing the recap with him in, I don't know, maybe like, if I had to estimate, probably 5 or 6 days time, just as an estimate, right? We're going to finish with Yuriy today. But I will be covering trial live on Monday, so that'll be him back on the stand and cross. So that will be happening as well.
Sustained.
Okay. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. Do you have that in mind?
He means the Lally.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two, where you slip.
Oh,
You remember that
God.
one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping, I might have happened.
Fair enough. I wasn't I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's Exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton, Canton PD, to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sally Port? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video.
Okay.
But it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so I.
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect a video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year, meaning just a few weeks ago?
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No.
When had you seen that video previously?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed, generally?
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene taping put up and all that. You have seen that one before?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video, all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle, and I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation?
Yes.
Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Mr. Bates, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120.
Okay. Yes, yes. Oh, that's a bummer, random girl. Well, enjoy us on replay. Rude.
Pause it. Do you recognize that as the video we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
Sleep, 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 sleep.
Right there. Okay. Yes. With the court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Okay. Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle.
Okay.
We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed it. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
Back that up. That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking. Stop. Move it further back. And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify.
Oh, I hope so.
It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that, no.
For anyone who hasn't heard me say this already, my bet is that the defense is going to call the Emmy and not.
Let's go ahead and play at this point. Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Bukhenik, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective.
So random girl, so we were saying this earlier, how like, I still think he's not going to, but part of my question is this, it's that like, if for people that are jurors that don't have any idea, because they've never been on a jury before, and they maybe don't watch trials and blah, blah, you know, it's sort of like with the Trooper Proctor thing. Like, I was wondering to myself, would they know that like it's completely like Twilight Zone material to not call the lead detective or the Emmy? Like, they may not know. I mean, I don't know that I would know that if it weren't for the fact that I was watching trials. Like, I'm sure there was a point in time where I wouldn't have thought that, you know? I don't know. But you have to also remember, like, it must be that, like, they must be betting on the fact that the defense won't call her either. You know, that was sort of like this whole game of chicken. They were playing this game with Trooper Proctor. But I think that in this case, I think the defense wants to call the Emmy. Rather than, I think they wanted the Commonwealth to call Proctor. So,
Of your observations of what was happening in that Sally port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally port.
like, Jackson's goal was to
Sits
get
in
him
that
to
Sally
admit this
port,
is inaccurate. And
just
he
like
finally
this.
did there. It's amazing.
It appears from all perspective that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car and that right rear tail.
And like I was pointing out on direct, even when Lally's asking him questions like, so where is, he's not saying based on this video, where is, he's just saying like, where is the driveway and where is the blah, blah. And he's saying things are on his right, things are on his left. And he's not like, yeah, it's just wild. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight. From this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted,
I
correct?
did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person with the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person
Oh my
near
God.
in
That-
real life,
that
near the,
right there
the right rear
does a
tail?
lot, doesn't it? In real life or as
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there hovering around,
This is
correct?
fine.
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear tail light?
as I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
His head's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear tail light?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. See if you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. We back it up in maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the screen, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds p.m.? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. That's why I don't walk up to it. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. It did
that's my
appear
favorite
as
part.
if
There was
a
a
person
fog
was
of
actually
some
in. There was
I
two
know.
people back
That
there,
is the
and
point,
two
isn't
people
it?
walked away,
Yeah.
or one person walked away.
Yeah.
The timestamp
Beautiful.
jumped to 5:38:01. Correct?
Yeah.
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of
An
that
anomaly.
video that was deleted.
I love it.
What's missing?
I love
Not
how,
deleted.
like, in this video, it's like there's anomalies, there's apparitions, there's fogs. Basically, we're like one step away from some ghosts. It's
Just
just
missing.
pretty cool.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
If you take a close look at there's a classic police car in that Sally Port, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there. Yes, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, you see the word police.
Yes, I believe I can read that. Yes,
And it's backward, correct?
it is mirrored. Correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way. Yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42, not another 20 seconds, Mr. Bates. There you go. Can we just play it at this point? No. Okay, when you pause it. Pause it. You see the Sally Port garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
I do.
Is that correct?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? How do you make it 4?
No, the number's in the mirror image, yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's
Oh
not
my
backwards,
God.
it's mirrored, reversed.
Stop everything, Modine. Holy shit. Hold on, you guys. I'm so happy to see you. I can't even believe this is happening. Shout out to all my STS peeps. Hashtag STS gang gang. Y'all, we have Modine here. I'm so excited. I don't know if there's any STSers who are still here, but they will watch this on Replay Crew and freak out like I am right now. I'm so happy you are here. That is awesome. Super. And you're back to the Amadeus. I believe you changed your picture briefly, right? Oh yeah, we are doing it for realsies. Yeah, we're doing right. We're doing all Yuri Saturday night special.
You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning. You still see your own face. It's not backwards.
There's a good quote. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you still see your own face. Beautiful.
A mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Jack.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
You have to hand it to Jackson for not giving up. I mean, he has worked. This is his second day now, right? And what they had an actual weekend, or sorry, more than a weekend. They started on Thursday, and this was Monday. And here he is still. He's like not going to give up until he gets him to say it. And I love it. So now,
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You're on the thing,
there's
right?
the sirens. Good old sirens.
I know that you want to know when this case is going to end.
Oh wait, this is still on the Thursday? Oh my God, it's still 8:21. I thought we were already on
Speaking with
Monday.
the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week.
Okay, just to orient y'all, because I thought we were already on to Monday. Okay, so time blurs all around in a mess when Lally is talking, and it stirs up the brain. So, okay, so just if y'all remember, there was that Thursday, a week ago from Thursday, where at the very end of the day, she said something about handing the jurors the case at the end of June, and then after that, they talk about how the Commonwealth had just filed a motion, right? And I covered that motion when it came out, which was like Friday or something. I covered that. But they plan to then discuss the motion on Monday, which is when we pick up with, but we're going to see all that. So that's just to orient y'all. We are, if we imagine 2 days ago and minus a week, that's where we are here. I thought we were already on the Monday. Anyway, it's all good.
All right, so I received a motion from the Commonwealth this morning that I have not had an opportunity to read yet. It's on my desk. I'd like to go spend a few minutes looking at that and come back out at 12 o'clock on that.
In order for us to argue it?
Yes. Do you need?
I don't get it either.
Okay.
We've been busy.
All right.
Could we do it on Monday?
I want to get as much evidence in as we can each day. We can do it at 8:30 Monday morning, I think. Madam Court Reporter, can we do it at 8:30? Yeah. Jim?
Sure. Absolutely fine with us. Not that it matters what we want, but.
Can we do it at 8:30 Monday morning?
If that's what the court wants, yes.
Yeah, we'll have a hearing on it at 8:30 Monday. Are you around tomorrow? Are you around tomorrow?
Oh, am I? Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
If I had a preference, I would say Monday.
All right, we'll do Monday morning at 8:30.
I'm sorry.
Monday 8:30.
Okay, great.
And if you want to put something in writing, just email it to us this weekend.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right, here we go. We're finally on to Monday, y'all.
All right, good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please?
All right, so they're going to argue this.
The
motion.
Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Wild, right, guys?
essen-
Like what is going on? Like why? Okay. The only way to explain like that we only hear from Lally. Hold on. First of all, this guy, Mr. Lollybird, the only way to explain that we only hear from him is like, I better understand that like the rest of these people sitting at the table with you don't speak English, or they are they have laryngitis, or I don't even know, like something along those lines. Like why? It's so shocking that and it's not surprising that the judge is like, okay, Mr. Lally, and then it's like this, and then Miss McLaughlin just stands up and starts speaking. It's like, oh, it's like she gets startled. It's like, oh, I forgot you existed. Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, but like, why? Just why is it this way?
Essentially, the Commonwealth is
You
just
may never
seeking that
know.
the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury impanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the delay.
This motion, by the way, if y'all haven't seen it, it's insane. Like the errors are ridiculous. There's like so many grammatical errors, and like I think there might be some spelling errors, and just all kinds of it's really sloppy. And I mean, never mind the content's a whole separate thing. But.
Delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise.
Is the DA, from what I understand, and Lally's the ADA. Y'all let me know if you've heard differently. That's, again, I have not, I don't do outside research, right? I've learned everything from the trial, but I do believe that that is what the case is that she's actually the DA and Lally's the ADA. And also, I believe that prior to Lally being the ADA at some point was Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti was the ADA. And actually, the way I know that is because DSN posted it in the Discord. By the way, if anyone, like, I'm looking at you, Modine, wants to join the Discord, DSN, as in Daddy Shortnuts of STS Nation, had posted in the Discord an article about Mr. Yannetti, how he was the ADA, and then once he became a defense attorney, he went and had a case overturned because there was some fucked up shit going on in there, and it got overturned on appeal, which like never happens, as we know. And that means Lally has his old job, which is oh, you know what? Now that you say that, okay, Morrissey. Are you thinking of a freaking? No, you're thinking of Rust, right? Like Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Unless there's 2 Morrisseys, you're thinking of Morrissey. That's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Unless there's 2, that would be crazy. That would be, what a world we live in if that's the case, right? Morrissey's definitely the DA for out there in New Mexico, wherever the fuck county. I can't remember which county that is. Really? I feel like EDB though said that Miss McLaughlin was the DA. Because I remember when we were talking about, there was that witness. Okay, when I was watching back at the beginning of the trial before I was covering it, and I was just watching it, and there was the first responder whose last name was McLaughlin or whatever, and somebody in the chat was like asking her, I guess, because I was listening to her, I was listening to that, and then she was like, oh, and responded to the person and was like, oh, it's a different McLaughlin or whatever, and then I'm pretty sure she was like, this is the DA, not anyway. That was such a long time ago. Who knows? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Kitsis. Kitsis is on it. Awesome. We're going to figure this out.
We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth is sort of has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any material.
Kind of like Creighton Waters, although not a DA, but and maybe not a singer, but electric guitar prosecutor. Okay. Oh, wait, it's a man, Morrissey. Oh my God. What is happening? So it is a Morrissey. Okay, thank you, random girl. Our powers combined. Okay, interesting. So I will say that similarly to me, I know EDB's not doing any research on this, and like she came in blind also. So perhaps that's why, because I'm pretty sure she said that. But perhaps that's why I also made that mistake. Yeah, I know. But see, y'all are allowed to Google stuff and tell me. So yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
We don't know what the experts'
also
precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm
I
going
love
to go
this,
to
you
the podium
guys.
with the court's
The way
permission.
that I love this. Let me count
We
the
need to be
ways.
heard on this.
Sorry, hold on. How many ways do I love this? Let me count the ways.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury
You know
here.
what's
Can
so
I just
funny? You can hear her eyes rolling. I remember when I saw this live, I was streaming it and I was like, holy fuck. How? Who do you have to be where you're not like, fuck yes? Like, I feel like if I was the Commonwealth, I would still be like, well, fuck yes. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm not supposed to be cheering for that team, but like, yes. Like, yes.
ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
tops.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument
Oh,
in
yeah.
the way that I think is most
For the
effective for my
Lollybird?
client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put.
I love him so much, Mr. Yuriy. Yeah, because this is the Lollybird. So I started developing a Lolly voice, trying to make fun of him when he's droning on and on. Like, what if any? I'm Lolly. It was kind of like that. And then someone pointed out it was like, sounded like Iaga. So then I was like, oh my God, I have to make this happen. So we also have a command for it. Hold on. What noise, if anything, is being made, and in reference to the noise, who, if anyone, with respect to the noise, is making it? I will say, like, I'm sorry though, like, we need blood back in our veins. Like, Lally droning on and on and on. It's just fucking hell, man. Great point. Yeah. No, certainly not. Yeah, I don't care. I was so in need of this. Like, I just like I love his energy. I'm a huge fan.
On record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that.
Get rid of the
The
Lollybird.
Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for two reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Oh, dear.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4.
Page 4. Okay, we got it. We got it. We're
My
back.
name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued
I
to the
love
court.
Judge Newman.
It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
I also love Judge. I
Okay.
know-
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote,
I love his enunciation.
while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spend that interaction?
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is, my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I
That's
need
true.
to defend myself
Here's why-
and my
okay,
client.
And here's why he's pissed. So, because here's the thing. In their motion, okay, the Commonwealth doesn't just say blah, 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 right? I mean, they do say blah, 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 blah. But in addition to that, they say that the defense has like intentionally acted in bad faith. In the legal terms, it's like them's fighting words, okay? Because those are huge claims. And I will say, you guys, that with the rules, the code of ethics, the American Bar Association has set forth, those are a huge deal to like every attorney with the exceptions of like Tom Girardi and Alex Murdaugh. And like, believe it or not, it's not just like don't steal from your clients. It's like for example, exactly this, right? Acting in bad faith, wasting court time, doing something intentionally like that, like all that shit is considered to be like almost as bad as like stealing from your clients. Like it's there's a lot placed upon integrity that they are like, and honor, not honor, but like integrity. Okay, let's say that, and honesty, right? And so that's why it's actually a really big deal when you try to say that somebody acted like that on purpose or did something like that on purpose. And so, and usually it's like a big deal if you say that and you don't back it up as well. So, and it's one of those things where it's like, typically if somebody says that, that's just, big deal. So, and I think actually trying to remember, I think Laura, might have pointed that out as well. My brain's all mushing together because I'm following so many trials and I can't remember what is going on with who. Because especially when you're covering them yourself, you don't have as much time to watch other people. But maybe it was my own. Maybe it was me that said that. I mean, I did just say it. So, yes, right. And I think that didn't they try? Well, I'm not trying to learn from pre-trial, but I feel like I heard rumblings that they did try to have her recused, right? Maybe. But dude, don't even get like YSL though. You know what's so funny? Because compared to Mr. Steele, Yannetti is bland as whatever. Like, it is crazy. I don't know if y'all have seen, this was from like, I don't know, a month or two ago, but there's the clip from Mr. Steele saying dude, I have it saved on my phone. He's like, oh my God. I don't remember the context, but the part that's amazing is the part where he goes, I will die right now. Oh my God. I die out of like, watching it out of like, this is amazing. Like, this is it. This is who you want right now, you know? And that was before he gets arrested and asks if he can share a cell with his client. Amazing stuff. I mean, compared to that, Mr. Yuriy is quite tame. So
We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding.
Right, I knew that part.
And I
about
succinctly
that, yeah.
replied, no.
They didn't try to have her recused.
And
I
they've
guess.
spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John.
Right. So anyway, but what I was just going to say, just in summary, is that it is a big deal to try to say that either party did something on purpose, intentionally, being dishonest or deceptive or wasting time or anything like that. So that's why he's all worked up.
Keith's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case.
Well, that's true.
Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video.
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I
just want Brian Steele right now. I will die right now.
know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yuriy.
It's not Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's
so-
a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14.
Yeah.
And let's do it in two separate parts.
Yeah.
So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we
You've
are
got,
calling Frank Sheridan.
all right, so you've got a new
You're calling Frank Sheridan.
medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the
His last name
substance
is
of his
spelled
opinion
E.
from us.
I was very
Uh,
confused.
And they've had that for a long time, and the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done
That's
prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth
Yes, little does she know.
satisfied that
Tuesday.
when did you provide,
For anyone who
did you
didn't
provide
know,
anything recently
Tuesday
since the
is
filing of
voir
the
dire.
Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yuriy?
Not on Mr. Vanity, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Vanny, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis
Oh,
on.
yeah, no, there's been like, dude, compared to every other trial, this is drama free compared in terms of from what we see now. I would say maybe shit goes on after the cameras turn off. However, we know she hops off the bench post haste. So I don't think that's happening. I think what we're seeing, at least in terms of since the trial started, is what's happening. That's the drama. I mean, this to me is like completely minimal. And I think part of that is because again, they don't put anything on the record on breaks, at lunch, before the day, after the day. Like every other case, it's like, like there's like the way I have it labeled, I have my own terms, right? I have like morning housekeeping, and then there's like mid-morning housekeeping, then there's like pre-lunch housekeeping, then there's lunch, then there's post-lunch housekeeping, then there's afternoon housekeeping, and then there's end of day housekeeping. I didn't count. How many was that? 9 or something? That's usually how many times there's things happening outside the presence of the jury. And that doesn't even include sidebars and shit. So, yeah. And I mean, Judge Newman too. I mean, while they didn't do sidebars, except for 2 during the whole trial, they were constantly putting things on the record. They just did it with outside the presence of the jury. Like I was saying, like during breaks and stuff, but like, but they, I know it's horrifying. I know it's awful. It really is awful. And what's so funny is you can also hear Lally doing it when he's going to object. He takes a big inhale and you know he's going to object. Oh, it's so awful. So yeah, I mean, she just seems like she doesn't want to be there always though. Like like always, like she just can't wait to get home, and like she just, they're just, it's like no matter what's going on, even if they're trying to be behaved in whatever, that's all relative, right? But like it's like she's always like they're always it's like they're always bothering her. What's the right way to say this? Like she just doesn't want to be there,
Page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding
that was her fault. She changed the way, and I don't know why. That was her idea to change it. They actually had it all done, and then she changed the way she wanted it done, and then gets really annoyed when it takes forever.
Opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Kitsmits, for reading my mind. Yes, she seems very inconvenienced at all times by them. And she seems inconvenienced just to be in the courtroom, period. It's like, even talking to the jurors, I'll be honest, her tone to me comes across as like still in a way inconvenienced, honestly, in the way she talks about how they're using their time. I don't know, man. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about how she talks to the jurors? I still get a vibe of inconvenienced, which isn't great, because if that's the tone she's setting, imagine, like if that's what she's communicating, imagine how the jurors must feel. Like, even if they didn't feel that way, it's like, well, if that's how the judge is feeling. Like, I don't know. I could imagine them thinking like, oh, I guess that's how we're supposed to feel. I don't know.
Next on this case, you'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his...
Well, it's a shame that I'm not alone in thinking this, because, but I'm glad that you guys, it makes sense. Like, Kitsmith says her tone with the jurors comes off with condescending, and like she figures they feel inconvenienced. Okay. So you're picking up on that as well. That's awful, right? Do you guys remember in the Kowalski trial with, I loved that judge. What was his last name? Fuck. Out of, I can't remember the county, Florida. I loved that judge, though. He was great. What was his name? One of y'all remember? Dude, he had the best fucking demeanor with that jury. It was incredible. That was so special. And and with the lawyers, he was so great. That was, to me, like a really phenomenal example of setting a great tone for the courtroom, even when the shit they were dealing with was so heavy and so technical. EDR. My brain can't remember EDR. I know we've said this word before. Acronym. EDR, electronic dance. Judge Carroll. Thank you, Kitsmits. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Judge Carroll. Yes, I loved him. Okay, thank you. But in addition to that, there's like, telemetry. Is there not like, OnStar type of shit or navigation, like the shit that they were going through with the Toyota, whatever the fuck it is a completely different thing from what we even are used to hearing about when it comes to these vehicles. Modine says, judges seem fine to me. At the same time, I'm not so detailed about paying attention to the judge. Unless she were to open a window and jump out, then I'm glued. Yeah, I think we're all with you on that one for sure.
Ultimate opinions are.
I could see Lally driving someone to do that.
Anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right? By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right? Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know.
Do y'all remember with this lady right here at the bottom? the court reporter. Do y'all remember, like, I don't know when this was, some point, Black Widow asked in the chat, she was like, is that an ice cream cone? Shout out to Black Widow. That was amazing. Never forget that. So every time I see that device now, which I knew that, you know, I knew what that was, but like every time I see it now in my mind, it's just, now it's always an ice cream cone. Like forever will be an ice cream cone. She's not in the house, but we love her.
These experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that.
I mean, I will say that I feel like she's okay. I feel like her. Okay, let me rein it in. If I were an attorney in this case, the thing that would bother me is that she's not quite as consistent as we would like a judge to be. Because that's what every attorney will say, like, that's what they want, like, is consistency, so that you know how the judge is going to rule. And she really vacillates, right? So that would affect both sides. Having said that, part of her being inconsistent is I feel like sometimes it's just like all over the place. Other times it seems to kind of favor the Commonwealth. I will say that I don't know that I've ever felt like she was favoring the defense. Just maybe at some times it's like she's not quite as strict on them or whatever. Also, additionally, though, as we know, most judges, right? Though they're not supposed to be, oftentimes most judges are prosecution leaning. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, I did notice something that I will point out when we cover Trooper Paul in the recap. And potentially, this thing that I noticed might carry on through Monday. I don't know. If it does, we'll point it out then. But I noticed a change in her tone in that voir dire that I thought was very interesting. And it made me think that I think maybe she's kind of got an idea here about, her tone was like as if Lally was a toddler. It's almost as if it's like she was almost acknowledging that Wally's just like completely fucking outmatched. And so the way she was talking to him in regards to, like, you know, how she was overruling objections and stuff, I don't know, it was interesting. So again, though, we might see more of that on Monday, and I'll definitely point it out if we do. But yeah, I'm wondering if it's like almost like she's just being harder on the defense because they're better attorneys. I mean, not that you're supposed to, but, you know, I guess it could be happening, you know? That is so funny. That's so fucking funny. Kidsmith says, I love those parodies DSN was sharing in Discord. I know, freaking love DSN. Yeah, I know. He's great. Shout out to DSN. Yeah, Kidsmith's also, she seems inconsistent. I really don't like that she forbade legal. I know, I don't like that either. Right, the I'll allow that thing is just horrifying. Shouldn't be happening. Yeah, I do agree. There's definitely been a little bit of a shift. And it also seemed like she also did not like Trooper Proctor. But, you know, we also pointed out, too, that when he was saying the CUNT word, see you next Tuesday, it kind of seemed a little bit like he was directing it at her in a way. And that was interesting as well. So, Modine says she will rule, though, that the prosecution can't get Trooper Paul in. Right. So did they say they were tendering him as a witness? I couldn't listen to all of it because Lally, my brain with the Lally. But did they actually say that they were, I guess so. I mean, you know, they said they're voir diring, although having said that, we've seen that with lay witnesses. But if they're tendering him as an expert, then it seems like he can testify to everything. Well, she hasn't ruled on it yet, but he'll be able to testify to everything except for the last bullshit thing he tried to throw in without submitting an expert report. Yeah, so I can answer my own question. Yeah, the whole thing about the report, he has to be an expert then. So I don't think he'll be able to speak on that even in rebuttal because it's a discovery violation. And that's not going to change. It's too late. They needed to submit that opinion in the report beforehand. It's too late for that. He's not going to be able to testify to that. That's what I'm saying. If they have, it would only be Trooper Paul. They did not tender Carrie Coon, the dog lady, let's refresh everyone's memory because this is also a good one. This lady.
You use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
They did not tender her as an expert, and they did not tender the cell phone lady as an expert. So, so Trooper Paul, did you see Modine the part with the voir dire of Trooper Paul from whatever day that was? Yesterday? Oh my God, was that yesterday? Where they were voir diring his testimony about the vehicle, about Karen's vehicle. That's what I was talking about. You might. I know there's been mentions of Proctor and Paul. I might have gotten them confused because the letter P, and we're kind of talking about both. So that might be my fault if I confused you. Okay, so if you didn't see the ending part of it, basically, essentially what the reason that they objected, the reason the defense objected is because he had a new opinion that they weren't familiar with, and in my opinion, it was they could have objected for other reasons anyway. But it was the part where he starts talking about how where the taillight was and when Karen backed into John's vehicle, right, and it hits the tire. He's talking about where that damage would have occurred on John's car and why, blah, 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 right? And so the defense objects, and so then they go to voir dire it and ask him questions about it. And it comes out that, not only had he not done any research on this, there was nothing to base this on. There was no scientific thing to base this on. He had only met with Lally, I don't know, what was it, a month ago, sometime really recently, right? Had met with Lally. And I guess Lally, in a way, kind of maybe suggested that he add this to his opinion, and he didn't include it in his report. But so they have to disclose in their report, if they're an expert witness, they have to disclose it in their report, and it's a discovery violation if they don't, and they can't testify to it. So essentially, once on cross for the voir dire, once it came out that this really falls on Lally, okay? This is a shady ass move on Lolly's part, and the judge knows it because Lally knows you can't do this. Now the witness, it seems like he's not testified as an expert before, okay? I'll go ahead and say that, or I don't know that he's testified much before at all. He clearly didn't understand the gravity of what was happening, but he seems to know something was amiss. But Lally knows the gravity of it, and that you have to include it in the report, and that was really shady and really sketchy, and there was a lot of other shady shit that had to go along with that too. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's problems with that as well, though, which I pointed out earlier in the stream when it dawned on me that actually it was on direct examination with Yuriy, and Lolly's playing video after video of Karen backing up in the driveway, including the one where she hits John's car. But I was like, it dawned on me that the way he formed the whole thing with the mileage was insane. And if any of that was off, which I think it very well could have been, because the way he figured it out was taking all these averages based on Google Maps, then the whole thing could be completely off. That trigger moment or whatever in the chart could have been the moment when she did the 3-point turn, right? Which he discusses. I think he might call it a U-turn. I'm using them synonymously. 3-point turn or a U-turn, and then hits something, aka John's car, and then accelerates, etc. But it was just a thought. So, but yeah, we will hear them. Yeah, absolutely. And we will, the thing is the chart. The thing is like that testimony was a fucking mess. And as we know, Lally does not help. So we will learn, y'all. I have no fear. It will all come out in the wash, and we will learn the veracity or not of that chart. Sorry, the veracity or lack thereof in regards to the chart. Fucking hell, now I'm talking to Lally again. That will come out, especially when we get to cross on Monday of him, and that then we will learn more. So, there's been a lot of things that look, one way on direct and then different way on cross. And that's oftentimes the case with trials. So the key cycle, I hadn't even gotten to that part yet. I'm still so caught up on how he tried to start figuring out the thing with the miles. I'm just like, that was early on and I can't get past that part yet. I'm still trying to work my head around it because it's so like, I couldn't believe that didn't get shut down right then and there. I was like, what's happening? This is like my nephew who's 6 years old could do a better job. Anyway, I don't even know. But we'll go through it. We'll go through it on Monday, and then we'll also go through it again in more detail with the recap after the fact. So
And ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So
feel free
I'm
to
to
put in
believe
chat
that
what your
the
thoughts
defense
are.
is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here when
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
And you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify.
There's a lot of irony as well here, right? Because here, the reason they're even talking about this is because the Commonwealth was complaining, right, that they didn't get this expert disclosure in terms of specifically what the experts will be testifying to. And yet, at the same time, they bring in an expert, I guess, supposedly, we're not quite sure yet, because there's not been an official, like we hear in every trial, the official, is this an expert? Yes, it's an expert, blah, 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 right? And they bring him in and then try to just like sneak a doodle a new opinion in, knowing full well that it was not disclosed and it was not in his report. I mean, hilarious. I mean, that's completely sarcastic. It's really disgusting.
And voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
We'll make those
12:20.
calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses, if in fact the defense has not spoken to these
Yeah.
witnesses from Pennsylvania
The
about?
other thing is, remember, the houses are only a couple minutes apart. And the other thing that stood out to me, again, this came out on direct, it was the thing from Yuriy where he said the thing about how Carrie needed to go to the bathroom or something. And then I was thinking about how, like, what if, like, she was going to drop him off and then she was like, oh shit, like, I got to go use the bathroom or something, you know? Thank you for this. So 12:24, she drives on to Fairview. 8 minutes later. Okay, I only saw one trigger, but literally, I will tell you, as this testimony was happening, 2 things were happening. I was blow drying my hair, and every time they mentioned the trigger, I was thinking to myself, half jokingly, but again, emphasis on the word half jokingly, that every time I hear Lally's speaking, I'm being triggered. Like every time they're like talking about the trigger, I'm like, Lally's talking is triggering, you know. Anyway, so I might have missed, I only caught one trigger. You can blame Lally for that. Right. But again, see, the thing is, though, I can go ahead and start predicting how this is going to be dismantled on cross or by expert. Oh, okay, both cross and rebuttal testimony, or a defense expert. Like, I think, and I was only giving it a cursory listen as I was blow drying my hair, and I was so sick of hearing Lally droning on and on because I hear Lally all the time between watching the trial, streaming it, and doing recaps. But just in regards to this, the basis of his opinion with the chart, right? Like, first thing that seems like it could be a potential issue was he discovered this Toyota tech stream thing very like late in the game. And when he was asked about why it was so late, that whole answer was very weird. Now, I don't know that, I'm not saying it's incorrect or not, but it shows he's not very familiar with it. Like, in my mind, he's like, oh, well, it was only used by one person in 2014 or something like that. And then blah, blah. But basically, in my mind, it's like, okay, well, if you really want to give this credibility, if he'd said something like, yeah, so I went over to Toyota and they showed me how to use it, or bring in someone from Toyota. Why are they not just doing that? That's the thing. Just like with everything else, right? Bring in the Emmy, bring in the person from the Ring doorbell, bring in the person from, like we see in every other trial. Like in Murdaugh, we had the people from GM OnStar, right? We had the people from Apple. We had the people from Snapchat. We had the people from all the things. And it's like, that's every trial. And bring in someone from Toyota who this is what they do, bring them in, right? And have them decode the text stream and explain it to the jury. That would give it a lot more credibility for so many reasons. One, that's an unbiased third party, right? That's a third party. That's not a law, because this Trooper Paul is a Massachusetts state trooper. I mean, that's probably why they haven't tendered him as an expert, because I don't know that you can do that when it's like the same like entity, right? Like, the expert witnesses are always neutral third parties. That's part of the reason people bring them in. So bring in the neutral third party from Toyota who does this like every trial. And so that's why it's so fishy, why with the only neutral third parties they brought in were the cell phone lady from yesterday and then Carrie Coon. Everybody else has been law enforcement with this same law enforcement department, whether it's a state trooper or Canton PD or Boston PD. But as we know, they're all really enmeshed. So if they brought in someone from Toyota with that, it would be a lot different, right? It's like, what is the expression? Don't shit where you eat or whatever. I don't know. It's like incestuous or something, right? Like here's the guy to come be an expert about the car. Oh, wait, it's another Massachusetts state trooper. Okay. Who just found out about this Toyota tech stream like recently and like can't speak it, like doesn't even have the languaging to talk about it in any way that makes you think he knows what he's doing, right? I mean, but again, it's just, they should have brought in someone from Toyota. The fact that they didn't right there is weird. I've never seen anything like this in a trial, ever. So I'm glad you guys are like feeling like you're like, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. And yeah, all of this, right? Like, they should bring in people from Lexus in terms of how the steering works, right? The steering component, that's like a car mechanical thing. Bring in people from Lexus. Bring in people from Lexus that can talk about the anti-lock brake system. Bring in people from Lexus that can talk about the strength of the taillight on that specific model of that car. They can talk about the how much force it would take to brake it. They can talk about, whenever they do these cars, right, they do these tests on them where they bang them up and bash them up and they see where they break. They can probably say, yeah, we tested 500,000 taillights. They all broke in this one spot, bam, or whatever. They can just bring in the people that are third-party experts from the places that actually know the thing. Right. That sums it up right there. You learned about it specifically for this case. Right. That sums it up in a really well said there. That's a problem, right? That's a problem. You learned about it specifically for this case. So yeah. And it seems like it was on accident, right? Like late in the game, he was like, oh yeah, we don't really have anything. And then like, I don't know. It was just, he seemed like he stumbled upon it on accident or something. It was just insane. Again, the phone. Why are we not hearing from whatever phone? Does he have an iPhone? We need to be hearing from iPhone people. Like, this is so insane. This is so insane. People who don't watch trials may not see how insane this is. You know, you can't blame them, right? Y'all. Would you guys trust me to tell you how to fly an airplane? Would you trust me right now to tell you guys how to fly an airplane? What about if I said, well, give me a second, I'll Google it? Then would you? What about if I said, okay, guys, let me Google it, give me a week? Then would you? Does that illustrate my point at all? Or would you rather a pilot teach you how to fly a plane? Yeah, the no one seeing on the lawn thing is very weird. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, that's right. That seems like such a long time ago. I forgot that was even an issue. Fucking hell. I don't know. And we still don't have an explanation for that, right? I mean, I guess the thought is like either the time is wrong or he wasn't in the front yard. I don't know. I don't know, man. Well, and also, but then wouldn't they have seen taillight pieces everywhere, right? Like the red, like if they're going to leave, no one's even brought this up. I just thought of it right now. Okay, let's say, okay, maybe a human body, fine. Okay, but what about all the taillight pieces? Because we know they make themselves appear over time, right? But if we go with the idea that all those taillight pieces would be there after the accident, if this happened, right? Like they say, and there's minimal snow. Well, imagine when you start a car or whatever, your headlights, those will shine. I mean, y'all, that little video I did with my car with the taillight, the car's off. It's just sunlight. And you can see how the taillights are built that even if like it takes very little for them to look like there's something shining through. Like, so if you've got these pieces of taillight and then you go to turn on your car and all your lights come on, you know, I don't know. I feel like that, especially because they're scattered all about, would be a lot harder to miss. You know, versus a person. So wait, what's Modine's theory? So, I mean, that's entirely possible. That's entirely possible. I think it's entirely possible. Okay. I think all of it could be possible. Let's say maybe it's entirely possible that she didn't kill him. Okay, let's add all the things together. Like it's entirely possible that something else happened to John O'Keefe, whether it was some other accident involving somebody else in the house or whatever, dog, person, who knows, right? Random 5'2" vigilante. Shout out to the Gray Boys. They trained their whole lives for this. Murdaugh references. So, but let's just say something, whatever happened to him, okay? That could be the case. Law enforcement could still have thought it was Karen based on what they heard from the witnesses when they're like, she said she hit him or whatever the fuck. And then not had enough and then planted the taillight or whatever. And what I will say is they didn't have the chart, right, at the time, because the chart just came in late in the game because he didn't discover the Toyota tech stream thing until recently. So they didn't have the chart. So all they really had was the witness testimony. That was it. That was what they had, the witness testimony. That was it. And from people who also happen to be really, their interests, right, are all involved. So all of that's possible. I think that, yeah. So I don't know. Does that make sense? So Yeah, but the taillight pieces were found, well, they were found all over the place, but in the pictures that we saw on direct, I didn't show all of them because there's a million and Lally takes hours, but like there's pieces, there's several pieces right there by the fire hydrant. Clear and red, right by the fire hydrant, which is right where he was found. Right. And that the thing is too, right? The fact that we're having to figure all this out and we've been in trial for what, 7 weeks? We shouldn't be doing this, you guys. We shouldn't be like, the prosecution should be proving it, but not even that. Like, they've not even given us anything. There is no theory of the case. We can't even normally by now you've heard a theory and you feel like they've proven it to at least a good portion, right? Like when it's this prosecution's case in chief and they've been going for weeks and they're getting close to finishing, the way you're supposed to feel is like they're proving their case. But first, in order for that to happen, you have to know what the case is. We're not even there yet. Yeah, Sister Nagel. Well, yeah, whatever. Sorry, no offense to Sister Nagel, but so yeah, that it's way too. I'm sorry, it's way too much taillight. Also, just saying. And remember, the other thing was like the whole put together fucking. This was easy to forget because there's so much bullshit. The whole put together reassembled taillight with that witness who did the puzzle pieces was still missing that big section, or not big, but a section right there, like a big section. I keep saying big, a section that all connects to itself, right? Which if you crack it the way that Carrie described, and also the way that the police officer Barrow, I think, Barrows, the Dighton or whatever police officer described, where it was a crack, kind of looked like that. And that piece was never found. The Lexus report, is that different from the chart? My brain can't keep it all. I also had a really hard time. That was part of it too, right? Like the questions are always terrible, but in this case, it was like, it was so hard to follow because the sentences didn't make sense. It was like, what? I had a really hard time. Oh, okay. But that's the Toyota tech stream, though. Again, that's the thing that the dude didn't even know existed until late in the game and has never used before. So he's interpreting that data. And you have to remember the way the numbers he fed into that data that determined when things happened, because there's no time. The way he determined, so in order to get that, right, he first had to be able to look at miles, how many miles were on the, okay, what's the way to say it? Like, oh my God, odometer, right? Like how many miles the car has driven. That's how you figure it out. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, great, we're fucked. Because like, what? Like, that's insane. So this is where you would need an expert who does this 24/7 as a job to come in and be able to do this accurately, right? And then how does he determine that? He looks at all the different places she's been to, including her house, her parents' house, to the bars, all the places. And there's multiple ways to get to all of them. So he takes all of those different ways, right? And there's like, what, 2, 3, 4 ways to get to each place. And there's all these different places. And then he averages those out to try to determine where her car was at in terms of the odometer. And that's how he can determine a time. I'm sorry. Oh, and he used Google Maps for that, which that was the other thing. As soon as he said, I went on Google Maps and then I just searched for the locations and then I looked at all the different possible routes and then I averaged the times. Again, my 6-year-old nephew could have done a better job than that. Like that is, oh my God. It's hard. It's hard for me. I don't care what type of speaker you are. Good luck with that. Like if that's what you base, that's like garbage in, garbage out, right? That's what was fed in for that chart. And that's why the chart to me, I have problems with, because the basis for it, that was the foundation. The foundation that was laid for that chart was how did he get those numbers? And how did he get those numbers was searching all the different possibilities on Google Maps and then averaging them. the words coming out of my mouth, I can't believe I'm even saying them. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. We just need somebody, we need someone to validate that shit, right? Like in a real way. Because if the math is the math, right? But it has to be based on the right numbers. And if it's not, then the math is wrong.
The nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only two from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf. Yes.
Hey, all persons have any business before they
The audio cuts out there on every. That's what we got. That's what we got.
Go on in, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Go ahead and say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and show the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
Oh, we continue on.
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognized the video in general, correct?
Yes, you did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video
Right, I
at a
don't think there
particular
are.
time.
I don't think there are. I think so. In order to determine that where those things occurred, okay, where those trigger points occurred, the way he had to figure that out was based on her odometer. And the way he figured that out was based on what the odometer read when they collected it, right, into evidence, and then subtracting all the different places she went, and then based on different routes she could have taken and averaging out from there and going by mileage. Those times, though, from what I, I think part of it is like, it was just so fucking hard to understand. From what I understand, the way that those times came were from him basing it off of the mileage. I'm pretty sure that that was the foundation for the whole thing. The car didn't give the times because I remember Lally asking him about the times and he started talking about the mileage. So that's, again, I'm pretty sure that all of this was based on, right, this was not from the car. That was based on him estimating the time based on the way he formulated where the odometer would have been, which was based on averaging it out from Google Maps. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So that is what I'm now did. So that was my understanding. And that's why I'm like, this entire thing is insane. Because yeah, like literally, that's why, like I was saying, you would need an expert who does this 24/7, like the Toyota guy who does this, to be able to come in and be like, yeah, here we go. Because that is such a tall order, right? Even if you know what you're doing, that's a tall order. But especially if you're brand new to it and you've never, right? I know. Well, I'm pretty sure that's the case, man. I hate to say it. I know. It was looking pretty good until Lally asked that question and he started talking about the odometer. That's when it went, well, okay. The chart was looking pretty good until he asked about the odometer, and then it went, down.
You paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you
Had a
recognized.
line, yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, You indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact,
I will be really happy to hear from the tow driver. I hope
the most easily
a
see
neutral
right
third
down
party.
here, although it's pretty small
Yeah.
from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay.
No, and remember, I know we're going to hear more about it, of course, when the trial resumes on Monday, but remember, we also will be able to watch it again on the recap and go through it, which the only benefit there is that we are all getting to see the same thing at the same time and talk about it when we know we're all watching and looking at the same numbers, which is also helpful. Not that we shouldn't also watch it again. I think it's one of those things that's going to warrant several rounds, several trips around the sun, as it were.
Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, the person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you use the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
Right, yeah, Modine, I have, actually probably need to refill my coffee here pretty soon. But yes, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I was like, guys, I have a bucket of coffee. It's going to be a long one. So yes, wonderful. Glad you'll fit in just fine.
And that was on this area. It may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
Directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen
Today, though,
if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
More of like a.
All right, so you have to move.
Almost a British fellow vibe, right? With like the burgundy tie and like, what do you call that? Tweed? I don't know. Different type of suit coat than previously. Oh, Nightbot. That is so cute. Love you, Nightbot. Cute.
Along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony. No.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video and watching it,
You have to
either
hand
you or
it
Trooper
day
Proctor
Day 3.
approached, manipulated,
He does not give
touched
up.
that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place.
And you got to love it too, right? Because it's sort of like he's taking the stance of like, so, you know, because the Commonwealth isn't going to be telling you guys the truth, you guys as in the jury, right? Like, allow me, right?
The back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So, in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it, is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
He doesn't give up.
If I were to ask you,
He gets there.
let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, inverted.
I think using left and right is a really good way to do it because in direct examination, and I pointed this out earlier tonight, Yuriy actually, why did I leave the Y off of his name here? I had it there earlier. Anyway, Yuriy on direct actually, like I said, he is asked a question by Lally about where is the when he's being shown the video, he's like, where is the driveway and what direction does the vehicle come? And he actually says, you know, he uses the words right and left, but he reverses them to match the video. So that, you know, that's not good.
Version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Yeah, he can't know.
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and
Right.
based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand.
Right. That's the point.
So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seemed to appear or apparate out of
Ghosts.
nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When
I
the
thought it was
motion
fog.
triggers the
Is that the
recording,
reason?
the video appears as if a person appeared in the video.
Apparation.
But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
They would have to bring
Sustained,
in.
ask that
They
differently.
would have to bring in. Commonwealth would have to
You're
bring
not
in
the
an expert
IT
to testify
person,
to that.
the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system,
need
they
to bring in an
try to
expert for
save
that,
the
not
storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
We have
I do not know.
storage
So you
on the
actually don't know,
cameras.
Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do
Vehicles
you?
that don't drive in the snow, apparently.
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left? In real life, not on this video.
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just
Hold on.
appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this?
I love how he answered that. He's like, reluctantly.
Pause it. Did you see
Yeah, well,
that the
imagine
person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Port.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at well, we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning
There is a lot
right
of
is right
snow.
and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it. and you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
Do you see what's depicted in the video now at one time, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp?
I never knew that
See that
word.
from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire?
Yes.
Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
And this is even more relevant when we get to Trooper Proctor,
I'd
right?
like to zoom
Yellow.
in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the
I
middle
also
of the
was
video.
wondering about these
Okay.
bicycles. They don't
Sergeant, I want
have
to direct
cars
your
that can drive in the
attention
snow,
to
but
the
they do
area
have
of the video.
bicycles.
Right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. I think it's-
Dirty white
we can take
rag.
that down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week. If court's permission,
Okay.
could we display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning of the timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video as that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe?
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
We were just talking about you like a couple hours ago or something.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the
Insane.
5:50 mark. Correct?
Insane. That's
I don't know how much it jumps.
insane.
Well, from 5:08 approximately
That's
to
insane.
5:50 approximately.
Quite a magic trick.
How much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads a vehicle which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would
Magic.
show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the
Yeah,
right rear
I know,
taillight,
right?
that is missing.
That's
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you
wow.
identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have shown, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not. It's not on the screen now.
It's not on the screen.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay. Bravo, bravo. We're almost done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh boy. All right. So y'all, what happens at the beginning of this redirect, this is not the entirety of the time he stands there in silence. I cut a lot of it, but I wanted to leave some of it because I think it's amazing.
Morning, Sergeant.
Finally.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony,
Really?
the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to
Like, that's
alter it,
supposed to help.
change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr.
Throw the
Lally.
whole department under the bus then.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
What if any? I'm Lally.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between.
I'll allow the answer.
Between when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Which is interesting. I can't wait to meet the Trooper Proctor.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction
answer.
or
Cumulative.
people or places between
Sorry,
those
that's not
two
a real
versions of the video?
deduction.
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in Sallyport.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Miss Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
Lally.
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating here.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video? Or were you ever asked to secure the video?
Oh, yeah.
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You are aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
Sake.
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Beautiful.
Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's it for this one. There's the only fan to be continued. So let me pull up our intro thing here. So guys, we did it. We did it. We made it through all of Yuriy's testimony. So there you have it. Now, next up, we will have week 7. And that will, next up, we'll have the officer from Dighton, and then we'll jump right into Trooper Proctor. So there you go. I know, we need a Modine command. Modine, if you're still watching, what do you want to command? Because let me know, and Nightbot will make it for you. Let us know. And we can do MD, like black, right? I know. Wouldn't that be lovely? So yeah, so also for anyone who missed it, I did have a video earlier come out with the latest court filing out of Idaho for Brian Kober. And I'm also working on a video for the latest filing for Chad Daybell, and that should be out soon as well, probably shortly. You can't see the commands. You should be able to see them. Like you can't see it if I do like when we do, for example, like Black Witter, like you can't see. That should post a link for the commands. Is that what you're referring to? Or you mean like when I do like that command, it's not popping up for you? But what we have like commands for everybody. So like if you want your own command, then we would make it interesting. Really? That's weird. I've never heard of that. So like when I do exclamation point BW, can you see it when I put it on the screen? That's what it does for Black Witter. Can you see that on the screen? Okay, you can see it on screen. Weird. Very weird. Yeah, I don't know if you can block Nightbot though. That is so insane. Wow. Well, we can still make you a command, and then I'll, you know, I oftentimes pull them up on the screen. And so whenever you show up, it'll do your command if you want one. We can do exclamation point MD, and then you just tell me what you want your command to be. What is the new YouTube? I don't know what the new YouTube is. That sounds fancy. Surprise you? Well, fuck. I have no idea. I'm probably. Oh, a new layout stinks. Okay. I haven't even seen anything trying to make me upgrade or not upgrade, update, what have you. Blackwater, do you have any ideas for Modine's command? Interesting. Is that on mobile or computer or what? Blackwater's thinking. Yeah, let's put on our music. Do 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 do. Not that music. Night driving. Hold on. Oh, it's in beta. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they didn't pick me. But that's fine. It stinks. So. Squirrelin's party. Let me turn it up a little bit. Can't hear you night driving. There we go. So like, you'll trade. All right, deal. Here's a good one. So here, I'll put the command on the screen so you can see it. Oh, you know what? We need to show Modine the music video. Where is... Aha.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Okay, we have to do also, because this is necessary. Super necessary. Hold on. This is the best one. We haven't even done this in a while. It's overdue. Long overdue. I'll put the command up again. Are you ready for this? I don't know if you're ready for this. Oh my God. Yay. Yay. Do 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 do. 339 Canton time. Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and mean. Friends will be resting, they have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been acting for together about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. Ah, sleep, sleep, motherfucker. Ah, sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do, 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 do. And we have another one, it's shorter, but this is the one we have for Alex Murdaugh. It's not unusual to steal from anyone. It's not unusual to have killed your wife and son. But even God would never forget what you've done. Unusual to see you lie or pretend to cry.
It's a house.
I love that it's a house. Oh, and we also have this.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
I freaking love it. I love it. We have fun. Yeah, that's a good one. Modine. But yeah, but then it would just repeat his name 4 times. Modine. But that's not really that great. You wouldn't know what it was as the command, right? Thank you. Yes, that is me singing and playing guitar / rapping, I guess you could say. Right, and Kid Smits is Command C. There you go. So, and by the way, Modine, Kid Smits plays and teaches piano. So sometimes we nerd out on classical music, so you can join in since you're Amadeus. You know, I think we could let you into the conversation on that. No, but it is a great idea though, as far as like revamping the song. Modine version. Do you really play violin? Do you take lessons? Do you play Mozart? That's brilliant. I'm begging of you, please make him. I'm begging, will you? I'm begging. Da da da. Come in, begging. That you make him, begging that you make him a command. That would work with the number of syllables. Modine lied and it felt good. That's okay. It's like, oh, we can have a trio. Do you like Mozart? I don't know if I told you this ever, but like my parents, they went to college with I'm blanking on his name right now, the actor who played Amadeus in the movie. That face of yours, right here. They went to college with him in Potsdam, New York, SUNY Potsdam, because he was a music major. Lying liar. That's a good Office reference, though. Why do you lie, liar? Too many notes. That's a good one. That's a good one. Brilliant. That laugh. Woo! Bach is my hero in life and in all things. I know, right? Kitsmits, what do you want to do? We need a sonata. Should we do a sonata? There's a good Mozart sonata, actually. Speaking of Mozart, I have the music for it. I don't remember which one off the top of my head, but I played it in my master's recital. But it's got a killer piano part as well. I love Beethoven. Yeah, we could do a Beethoven sonata. That would be great. I'm up for Brahms any day. I'll rock out to some Brahms. Yeah, so the spring sonata though, everybody does that. You know, it's just like, ugh. That's the real question. I know, right? They need to figure out a program that can do that, like do a good job without it being fucky. Banjo. That's fucking hilarious. I mean, they both have 5 letters, an N and an O. And actually, they both have an A and an N in them as well. Modine, are you located in the US? You don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm just curious. I know, right? I'm sure somebody's done it. Although I hope they don't do Bach because that's blasphemy. I don't even play Bach unless I'm using a Baroque bow because blasphemy. Oh, the tuning, and the tempo, I know. Well, and that's the thing too, because then there wouldn't be any natural room for, tempo changes and yeah, I should have expected that answer from you. That's hilarious. I don't know what I was expecting. I should have expected that. Jackson and Unetti, it's time to shine. There's snow. There's snow. That was so fucking fun to make, too. That was so fun. What else do we have here? Oh, you have some sound clips here as well. Like we've got
We're done here.
Mr. Unetti. We have and the rest of these are from Murdaugh.
It's a house. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
There's a chicken.
It's a guinea.
Most of those are kind of related to DSN, although they're great all the time. Oh, okay, cool. New York. Neato. In the city, or the state? I don't know why I said every word twice. That was good, though. Yeah, that kind of makes sense because the first person can record it and then the second person can sing along. Yeah. Yeah. Like something like a Beethoven or a Brahms sonata would definitely be a lot harder. City. I don't know what the hell that means. Jongy boy or lady. I don't know what any of that is. There you go. I was remembering there was that one, there was a Murdaugh episode that was almost like 11 hours long. I think you were there for the very end of that one, Kit Smits. I think it might have been the one, Just Follow the Railroad or whatever. Isn't that insane? I should have been raising money for charity. There you go. That's what they call me. I don't know who they is. Oh my God, we have so many great Murdaugh jokes too. Do you have a favorite trial, Modine? Oh, there's the Lexus. Yes. Do you have a favorite trial, Modine? Two times. I have an idea for a command. Here, let me see. Let me try something. And then you can tell me if you don't like it and I can change it. Let me go on my phone and do it. Or sorry, I'll tell Nightbot to do it. Nightbot. I have so many commands. I make Nightbot work hard and earn his keep. I'm typing in the command in my phone. If you hate it, that's fine too. I'm almost done. Okay. Somebody, did it save it? Hold on. Okay. Somebody type !MD in the chat. Wait, actually, sorry. I don't think it saved it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me try it again. Crap. Gosh darn it. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Why did it not save it? Okay, now try it. Now try it. !MD. Should be good now. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now I'm going to put it on the screen for you, Modine. Let me know what you think. What do you think? You can tell me if you hate it. Okay, great. Yay. Good. Cool. Neato. There's 3 cities, but that's okay. I wanted to do the 3 cities. A tale of 3 cities. And 2 Modines. Sorry, just 1 Modine. 2 houses. Right, I know. Oh, cute. Nightbot. Yeah, okay. Not really a favorite travel. The Murdaugh travel was pretty good. Yeah. It's too bad you weren't there for our deep dive. That was such a fucking blast. I know. I talk about it like every day too. You guys are like probably so sick of hearing me talk about it, but it is very big and tall. Yes, indeed. Indeedly do. And we were doing a deep dive on Gloria Satterfield, and then Karen Reed started. But we will continue on with that after this trial if it ever ends, because this is the trial that never ends. We always talk about too, like, what is Lally's life like? Like when he comes home, he's like, "Hi, honey, I'm home." Like, what kind of car does he drive? Like, what is Mrs. Lally like? Oh my God. Let's just take a look at this. Where's my video? Right, I have a whole folder for the Murdaugh stuff because there's so much. Right, I called this one LOL. That's really funny. So here's some of the what if any car does he drive? Great way of saying it there. So this is what in reference to what Black Widow is saying with the blue flag. Oh my God, that was one of the funniest fucking things of all time. I'm already So okay, we were doing a field trip and we discovered Murdaugh Avenue. And we were just going down Murdaugh Avenue on Google Maps, and then we discovered this situation. So it started with this RV under a carport, and then we saw this flag. There's a lot of crazy things about this, but you know, one of the things that came up was Black Widow was like, what's on the fucking flag? So then we went down that rabbit hole, which was the whole thing. And it basically, this flag is based on actually an Irish song called the Bonnie Blue Flag. And then they like came up with like a Southern version or whatever that they sang during the Civil War. But then there was this whole story from this crazy historian dude. Oh my God, that was the funniest fucking thing ever. Oh, those are some guineas there that just appeared, by the way. So what's going to happen is over time, things are going to appear in this. There's a chicken. Because chicken. Right, the Lone Star. Right, that's right. and think that was actually that's what it's called, the Lone Star, and it's based on. There's a song, right? There's a song, and the song is based on the Bonnie Blue Flag, or something like that. Who, if anyone, in regards to his spouse, is Lally married to? And what, if anything, does he say in reference to his day? And what, if anything, sort of happened in reference to said day? Well, there's the road trip crew. Wait, where is the sound? Hold on.
There's a chicken.
It's a guinea.
That tractor is from an evidence photo of the skin-in shed, as they say. There's the two gray boys. Oh my God. The two gray boys. They're back. Oh, so silly. Hopefully do you remember the two? Did you watch that trial enough times to understand the two gray boys, Modine? The two 5'2" vigilante assassins. They trained their whole lives for this. With their green lasers. It's just science. Oh my God, Kitzman's. I was thinking about that with that dude with the chart, Mr. Trooper Paul. And I just kept thinking to myself, it's just science. Yeah. He loved those green lines, didn't he, Mike Sutton? Oh, man. Oh, and there's the last edition, the bulge there, the double bulges. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, we also have it's a poop surprise. And we also have road trip crew, gang's all here. That's a shrimp weasel there next to Poot. That shout out to Super Planner Girl who made that. So we got Boa, we got Chicken, we got Alex, we got Poot, we got the shrimp weasel. They're all there for the road trip. They're ready to go. They're ready for their big trip. Yeah, we have a command as well, of course. Oops, can't type. I try to do it so that some of these commands, they have things that happen after you do the command. So like that one, and then, good surprise. Those hearts were picked very specifically for this. The hearts in the command and in the background, those were very specific. That was so much fun picking out the types of hearts for him. Oh, God. So funny. We also have this one.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry. I guess for your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
I called that video clip confusion. I could do a whole thing with all the times people are confused by Lally's questioning, but we would be here a million years. Right, I know, right? Right. That dude, oh man, that was a crazy. Literally his response to every question was like that, basically. That one witness alone could completely make up the video that I'm thinking of people being confused by Lally. Oh God, do you think he talks to his wife like that? Like, he's like, what, if anything, are we having for dinner? In reference to dinner. In respect to dinner, in regards to dinner, honey. Oh my God, I can't. Do you think Mrs. Lally just wears like, you know, like they have the ear things you can wear, like, I don't know, headphones or earplugs or anything literally that you can block sound out with. And she just wears those all the time and just so she can't hear it. Oh, yes. And we do have a command for that. I think yes, indeed. There it is. We have a lot going on right here. Hold on.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
She's probably hot. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Yeah. Ah, but gross though. But gross though. No. Yeah. Yeah. Poot. Y'all have no idea how hard it was actually to make this one. That was the hardest one to make of the overlays I have. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. Y'all are the best. So much fun. Love you guys. Squirrel crew. This has it all, right? We got the Lally bird with all the shenanigans on Murdaugh Avenue. Wow. Like everything. Canton court orgy. Oh God. Ah. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Huh. An interesting dynamic, right? Would that include Judge Bev, though? Yeah. God, let's all go burn our eyeballs into oblivion. Yeah, I do as well, Kitchenets. Music. I'm like, does that include the court reporter with her ice cream cone? That was one of the things I was talking about earlier, Black Widow, when you were here. I was like, yeah, you guys remember when Black Widow was saying about the ice cream cone? I was like, that's my favorite thing. I need to bleach my brain. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, no. You guys remember when we were talking about the flavor of ice cream, if it was sex flavor? That was a good one. We cover all things here, including if, how did we phrase it? Like if ice cream were sex flavor, what would it be? And then that was so funny. Super Planner Girl was so cute. She's like, lavender and salted caramel. And I was like, it's so interesting because I didn't intend it, but it became quickly pretty clear that you could tell a lot about the way people have their sex lives going with how they answer that question. Oh, butter pecan. Interesting. Very good. I think I said banana. Too obvious, right? I mean, banana ice cream. That sounds gross anyway. We got some pretty good ones, though. What else did we get? We were doing like desert island questions. Like I just thought of a bad one. Like if you, no. Well, okay. Like if you had to spend one night, I'm not saying anything specific happening. Just spend one night with either Lally or Judge Bev. Who would you pick? Yeah, the nuts, of course, nuts, right? That, of course. Yeah. I didn't even know banana ice cream was a thing. That's what she said. Judge Bev. Yeah. Is everyone going to say Judge Bev? Oh, my God. This is an interesting combo. We've got the Squangwin with the Lollybird. That's a hybrid situation, if ever I've seen one. Sexy Bev. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. Yeah. What's vanilla pods? Is that a flavor of ice cream? Yeah. Oh my God. Oh no, don't even. Now that's going down a whole other road. I'll allow it. Oh fuck. Oh no, now we're in trouble. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. The gavel. Things that could happen with the gavel. Hmm. Oh man. I'm sure there's some people that, that would be like a like a, a fetish thing. Judges, probably. That seems like that's probably a thing. Yeah. They don't even know what they're missing out if they're not watching this trial. Because yeah, the I'll allow it is brilliant for that, if that's your thing. People out there in the world who have things. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. We all need to go to sleep, probably. What's the rule number about there being a kink for everything? Oh my God. You know what's so funny? I could go through like the federal rules of criminal procedure and find all kinds of rules in there that could be used for this example, without a doubt. Not even like, maybe we'll do that on the next episode. 100%. There's things in there that could be interpreted in that manner. Yeah, the stenographer with the potato. Oh man. Oh, right. Father's Day. Right. Like for another father. Yeah. See, those of us who've lost our dads forget, right? Kit Smits. I always forget. Yep. See, yep. Same. I totally forgot. Yep. Yeah, your partner, right? God damn it. I forgot his name again. It's always so funny, Blackwater. I don't know what it is. It's like a tip of the tongue thing. Like every time that you say your partner, it's like I know his name and then you say your partner and then I'm like, fuck, now I lost his name. Anyway. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That makes 3 of us then at least. So those of you guys who still have dads, let them know you love them. Yeah. We have a club now. That's fucked up. You can be in the club. You know what? And if your dad's still alive, you can have like an honorary membership. So it's all good. You can find me in the club. Like the song. Shawty. I think they use that word in that song. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but glad you can officially be in the club. That's pretty wild. We all have dads that have passed away. Oh, Wally Squangwin. That's a sight to behold. So, yes. Is there a follow-up to this? Or is this, so I'm going to bed? Because I can't blame you. I need to go to bed too. So I'm going, right. Yes, y'all. Y'all are the best. Love you guys so much. Yay, squirrels, squirrel crew. So Modine, if you feel so inclined, you are welcome to join the Discord because we have so much fun. It's the best. Well, thank you. There you go. Excellent. Good plan. Love you back, Kid Smits. All right, y'all are the best. Love you guys. And we will be back together for another live on Monday for live trial. No live stream tomorrow, but I will have another video for whatchamacallit, Chad Daybell. So we'll see you soon, hopefully, Modine, because now you're part of the club, so you have to. Click, do you see the link? Oh, wait, that's right. You can't see the links. Fuck. That's the link for the Discord. Fuck. You know what? I wonder if you go to Discord and you search for Law Squirrel, I wonder if it can come up that way. Law Squirrel. Since you can't click on the link in the chat. If you try that way, and then you can join the Discord. Yeah, big hugs all around for everybody. Here, let me do I'll put it up on the screen. Cute. Thank you, Nightbot. So cute. Yeah, Law Squirrel. That's right. Cool. Awesome. We'll all be on the lookout to make sure you get in. All right, cool. And let me go ahead. Y'all are the best. And it is outro time.